important for me to first give God a high note of praise and thanks for keeping me and protecting me in that period. You know, it was not easy. And so I want to thank the people of St. Andrew Northwest. And today you show it with your support how powerful you are. You have supported me and you have carried me. And so as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the entire St. Andrew Northwest, please permit me to call some names, Mr. Speaker. I know one lady present in the audience would not like me to call her name, but I must call her name. You see, Mr. Speaker, after the death of Francis Mahan, I realized that you have to give your people the flowers while they are alive. And so when I got involved in frontline politics in 2007, I met a lady who was always involved in politics in the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest, called Ms. Deslyn Peters. She was a frontliner for the New National Party, a foundation member. And she was also the advisor, not advisor, but the personal assistant for the former MP for the New National Party. And she rallied with me during those periods. But moreover, Mr. Speaker, we ran that first election and we lose. And you may ask, how relevant is that with the budget presented? I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, because right in the budget, you are hearing that we have a two-thirds majority here because of money. I'm not sure who they're talking about because it just can't be me. And so I want to say to Deslyn Peters how much I love you for the support you have given me over the years. And in 2008, when we lost the election, and my children were very small, and at that time, if anything about money, then that's the time I had to be looking for money because the only person that was working was my husband. Now all I have for children, if you look in the audience, you will see adults. So I do not have to be taking money from anybody. But Mr. Speaker, it tells you of the kind of people you're dealing with. And so Deslyn, I want to put on record my thanks to you for rallying with me, not only during in opposition. We walk every nook and cranny in the constituency when we lose the election. When I did not have anything to eat at some times, we shared what we have. And so I want to say to you, I thank you. And so, to be standing on the other side and trying, after 15 years of saying I was the best, from hero to zero, Mr. Speaker, but we'll continue. I want to thank the prayer warriors across Grenada because I knew something was happening. People were praying for me in those difficult times. And everywhere I go, I went to St. Patrick's and they said, a group of us met last night and we prayed for you. I went to St. George's in a convention and they said, we prayed for you. And my spiritual mother, Sister Foster, who's not no political person, but she's here to support me, she was praying and carrying me every time. And for that, I am grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my family. You see, Mayor Angelo said, when they show you who they are the first time, believe them. Because I ran in 2008, as I said, and I lost. And I went through hell. Nobody knew that before. I was treated with scant courtesy because I was begging then, Mr. Speaker. I was a beggar then. And I cried for days during that period, but I stuck with the New National Party, came back, walked, Mr. Speaker. Even at a time when everybody else ran away from the New National Party, I stayed, me and the former MP of St. Andrew North East, who is now the General Secretary. We went from constituency to constituency. Some people decided they're not going back again because things was bad then. But we continue to work. Small children, nothing. Mortgage to pay, but we continue to work. I wasn't hungry more then. I did not want money then, Mr. Speaker, because I was working for the New National Party. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my husband and my children who have given me all the support during those periods. And even now, more support, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me get into the real debate. Debating the budget, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I felt very proud to be a member of this side after the presentation. I felt happy that I made a choice when the Honorable Prime Minister, Deacon and Miss Thomas Mitchell, invited me to a meeting 4 hours long. And as I said before, you heard the whole story, so I'm not going to go back to the story to waste my time. But I was happy that I accepted and joined the government. And I want to reiterate here, Mr. Speaker, when I met with the Honorable Prime Minister, we had no discussion about any job for me, any remuneration package for me. Just how I joined the New National Party in 2007, left my teaching job after 14 years, without no package. I didn't accept no package when I joined the New National Party. I joined because I wanted to serve the people. I wanted to give more, Mr. Speaker, and I joined the NNP. That's how I accepted. When the Honorable Prime Minister met and spoke with me, I didn't ask him anything about my children because I believe my children can handle themselves. They are adults and we know how to make ends meet. He can tell you that I had numerous conversations about assistance for people within the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. Mr. Speaker, you see, I do not even have to go with this long discussion because I have a track record of serving the people of St. Andrew Northwest. And I've served them in opposition to 2008. I acted like your MP. I went to the private sector, I looked for jobs, I looked for all the different things, even when I didn't have for myself. For the last 10 years in government, the 2 terms, I represented you. I gave away even sometimes almost the whole salary. And I guess that's the reason why people believe that we had some constituency allowance. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what the former Speaker will say. Because I know he had so much concern in government that I was giving away everything that he had to speak to the boss. But now you're hearing that I'm greedy and I'm a hungry mouth. Let us carry on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Minister of Finance speak about the seed and $200, I was happy for the elderly people in the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. I heard my honorable sister on the other side saying about the 150. Mr. Speaker, I will deal with the 150 here once and for all. And I hope at the end we do not hear anything again about this 150. Mr. Speaker, I was the Minister of Social Development in the ministry in that time when this so-called 150 was given. Mr. Speaker, I recall vividly that I was called a Sunday and told that we want to give all seed beneficiaries $150. And I started to discuss that because I understand how seed operates. The nature of seed is that you cannot give everybody across the board. It is cash transfer based on household composition. So it means that if you're going to increase seed as it is in its original form, some families will get 50, some may get 75 added to the household, some may get 100, some may get 200. Mr. Speaker, I was told it's not seed. So I say, well, if it's not seed, then maybe we should not be dealing with it. And I was back and forth. If you know me well, you know I can be a little troublesome sometimes. So the boss then realized that he's going nowhere with me. And so the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, bring some fiscal relief measures. And Mr. Speaker, the measures included $150 stimulus for all seed beneficiaries. So it was not seed, but it's $150, a COVID relief. At that time we were giving other people, some who qualified, who did the PMT and passed, and because there was no money there, they say, well, put them, and by then you'll relook their status. People who lose their jobs through COVID, they too was given part of the stimulus. So there was 2 different programs. One is the 150 for existing seed beneficiaries, and the other was the 450. So Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the 2 different issues. So let me take the 150 first. It says clearly, Mr. Speaker, that it was for 1 year. And the 1 year is from January to December 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is Cabinet Conclusion 14 on the 3rd of January, 150. So I'm not sure if our colleagues are forgetting deliberately. I'm not sure if it's political expediency. But Mr. Speaker, I recall vividly, you know, it caught my heart.
Honorable Member, just let me rob you a couple of seconds. I've appealed to the audience this morning at the start of Parliament today that the phones should either be turned off or put on silent. I keep hearing the shrills of the phone. I don't want to ask people in the balcony to leave. You have to obey the instructions of the speaker. Please try and either turn off your phone, put it on vibrate or silent, so the ministers can make their presentation. Quiet, please, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, you know what pained my heart? Some people can tell lies. Some people, you know, when I hear everyone is joining with this 150, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but I've heard more than one members from the other side speaking about this 150 every time they get a chance. Because, Mr. Speaker, they understand how people gravitate towards things. If you repeat it over and over, people believe. And so I believe we have to repeat over and over that it was a temporary measure. It was a measure for 1 year. And so, Mr. Speaker, listen, I do not want you to get me wrong. I believe that our citizens who are vulnerable need every bit of assistance they can get. In fact, I've heard the member say she have not heard my voice, like I lose my voice, but I've done several interviews on the issue. And so I will champion, and that's the reason why I welcome the 200 for the elderly. And I'll speak of the other measures that I welcome. I will champion for continuing, for giving additional assistance to the vulnerable people. But Mr. Speaker, as representative, we have a responsibility, and I agree. So I have no problem if the members on the other side came and say it was temporary measure, tell the people the truth. But we believe that because of the whole COVID situation, inflation, then maybe you should continue. And you make a case for them to continue maybe for a year, 2 years, we look whose condition get better. But don't come to the Honorable House week after week, Mr. Speaker. Have a heart for the people you say you love. Why are we lying for them? Tell them the truth, it was temporary measures. And Mr. Speaker, I recall vividly, there were 2 members who were not happy with the fact that you're going to give temporary measures because it was election in the air. We didn't know the date, so we didn't know it was election. But the election was coming, and we're going to give this 150 for 1 year and remove it after. And so I recall, Mr. Speaker, 2 members saying that they're not happy with the fact that you're going to remove it. It's like you're tricking. I remember one member used, it's like, I'm not happy with tricking people. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, that they would tell, what about a temporary COVID relief you don't understand? Coincidentally, Mr. Speaker, one of the members is still in this house. And the other is the former parliamentary representative for Carriacou and Pity Martinique Affairs. I showed the member over Carriacou and Pity Martinique Affairs when he came in. He realized that Carriacou did not get this stimulus. She was not happy. She didn't want to continue. She didn't feel good of giving something. She said, if you're going to continue, then let me give it when I come back. Because I would not be happy to give them and then you remove it. They would see me as a liar. And that is the reason why the people of Carriacou and Pity Martinique did not get Mr. Speaker. And you know, sometimes I'm sorry she didn't get a chance to tell her story. Sometimes you have to tell your stories, you know. Because we hear about women and protecting women, and you know, I will get the abuse, and the others who have story to tell will keep their stories. And I understand why. And I heard the member from St. Matt's, my honest friend, a very good sister, but I hear she talking about my voice. But everybody lose their voice at a time when I needed them to speak for me. So we can't be talking about women and women development. When you did that voice. So, Mr. Speaker, the seed, and I want to reiterate, because as a teacher, you know, children learn by repetition. It was a temporary measure for 1 year. And I agree that we should look and see what else we can do. And that is why I welcome the 200 permanent measure. It's not a temporary measure. And Mr. Speaker, you hear election coming, because you know why? Every time a measure is given to help the same poor and vulnerable, it's because election is coming. So that's why they believe that less than 2 years, election is coming. Because this team, Mr. Speaker, I have to apologize to this team too, you know. I came in this honorable house, and I said that there were, maybe Matthew, I can't recall the exact words. Maybe I didn't use the word rookie. There are some words I don't use. But I did say that we are the safer hands. I want to say today, we are in the safest hand on this side. Mr. Speaker, you see, we say rookies. But if rookies, Mr. Speaker, can come in and not lie for the people, or not only when election is close, you give measures and give $200 permanent measure for elderly citizens, then I want to be on the side with the rookies. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member of the opposition leader says that numbers don't lie. And I believe firmly that numbers do not lie. And in my hand, Mr. Speaker, I have the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2022. Because he said that the budgetary allocation for seed was 26 million, a lie from the pit of hell. Mr. Speaker, it was $18,530,000. But I will tell you where the 26 million come from. So, Mr. Speaker, we had budget in November for the 2022 fiscal year. We never allocated this 8 million we're talking about for seed, because we didn't have that in our minds yet, because we didn't have no poll results yet. I hear somebody saying it's not true and not true. Then say what is the truth. I can sit down for you to stand on a point of order to speak, to say what is the truth. So we budgeted $18,530,000 for seed in its original form. And then in January, Mr. Speaker, several calls. Calls from who? Call from who? Then somebody else calling me to say, well, is that what you want? I would not say he's a faceless monster. You may want to say that, Mr. Speaker. So I received several calls, and we're going back and forth with calls. I was not comfortable, so I didn't take those submission to cabinet. And the Ministry of Finance, the record is there, the submission is there, the conclusion is there. They brought a whole list of relief, Mr. Speaker. Some was given, some weren't given. And so the conclusion is there. And so, you know, sometimes, because we do not do proper PR, these are issues we have to elevate to the public. We have to educate our people so they know the truth. Because a lot of times people believe that they love us so much. Why do they love us so much? It's pretend love, Mr. Speaker. Because if you can say that you love your people so much, but when you lose election, maybe you might hear they say it's not true too. Because they have but it's not because the good thing about it, they are trying to keep a lot of records, even through written records, a lot of messages and stuff. We had a conversation with His Majesty's opposition, and one of my colleagues, almost with tears in her eyes, that some of the workers in our constituency were sent home. And you would fall if you heard his remark. He called her by name. Sister, you whatever I want to call her name. So you're crying? You should be glad. But you have to empathize with them. But you don't have to give them anything. That's people that love you, Mr. Speaker. You empathize with them. You don't give them anything. But he's saying 4 years, 4.5 years. In 4.5 years, they're coming out to vote for you. You don't have to ask them to walk. They're walking in every polling division. Let me hear somebody, I would sit down again to hear somebody stand and say that was not said. But that is the people we say love, they love the poor and they love the vulnerable. But in the quiet moment, they will come here and they will say, people losing their jobs. And the government find the most people. And that is the reason why I urge us to be cautious. Because you see, the people who is normally sent home, the only crime they committed is to vote on the other side. And that's not a crime, because that's a democratic right. And so we have to be, as we move forward, let us evaluate how we deal with these people. Because these leaders and them who've been there forever, they don't already care about these poor and vulnerable people. They are just used to, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'll champion for the people. Because I know where I came from. In fact, the parliament has heard it over and over again. When you talk about poor, we were filthy poor, no water, no electricity, nothing. And that is the reason why I feel compelled to continue to fight for the people. Even when they ask me to resign, they do not expect me to be here. You think they expect me to be here? Why do you think all this fighting against me, fighting and videos have been recorded in some places in the north, people have been paid. So if you really care about poor people, and you have all these millions that you could pay to make fake video, you could pay people who retire already have their businesses, who report government so bad before, you could pay them to come to lie and to say things for you. Take those millions, take those monies and give to the elderly people. Don't you say lose their jobs, give them those monies. I will continue to champion. You don't have to pay me, no, you have to pay me to champion for people. I come from poor family. And I understand poverty, and I know what is to keep as a woman, to keep your womanhood intact, and to keep your dignity intact. And that is the reason why I stand up. That is the reason, Mr. Speaker, why I did not continue to be on this side. And not because I want money, or somebody on this side giving me money. No one can say giving me money, because I've learned when somebody show you who they are the first time, you believe in it, and you make changes in your life, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to urge us, and earlier when I heard a member for St. John saying, as women, we go through hell, I say to you, save. Let there be some compulsory savings. Do what it takes, because you don't want to be depending on anybody. I know we have a different leader on this side, but I'm just making a general observation based on what I went through. When you went through hell, you have a reason to worship. You have a reason to give thanks and praise. And you have a reason to continue to champion for women across Grenada, Carriacou, and Pidi-Martinique. I will not sit down, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue to fight for the people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, you see, as I say, I have a reason to worship. And as I move on into the depth, there's a woman in my constituency, I must recognize her here. You know, during those difficult times, she, the elderly woman from Burge Cove, she isn't aware exactly what I'm going through. But every other day, or maybe once a week, she would call and she would pray for me, my husband, my children, my mother, my everybody. Miss Esther George, I salute you and I love you for continuing to pray for me. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing about the issue of wash and bathroom and toilet. And so, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member of St. David's, I believe we're on the same side. We have same heart and same thing for the people. Because I recall the whole issue of bathroom and toilet came when I came into frontline politics. There were no programs as it relates to providing any bathroom before my time. And so in championing the cause and walking through my villages, as I often do, I saw an old man, not very old, but he had a disability. He could not go outside. And so when I saw him, I then reached out and I said, Francis Mahan name will always call until I go to the great beyond. So we had a management meeting and I said, you know, I met this man and he needs assistance. The government doesn't have that program. We said, well, let's do something now. And there's another one, Mr. Beggs decided, well, you're going to give the sand and the gravels and the blocks. And Mr. Mohan said, I'm going to give everything. And my chairman is here. They lead to provide that bathroom and toilet through volunteerism for this man. So we did two, Mr. Speaker. we did true volunteerism. When I traversed the constituency, I realized that it was something that is happening around the constituency. A lot of elderly they have to go outside in pit latrine. And so I came to the cabinet then, and I said, okay, there was a special project for roads and drains and whatever. I said, can I use special project to pilot? So Mr. Chair, our member and Prime Minister for St. David's, you see why I have to be on this side. So I asked, let it be piloted in my constituency. And so I used that program to try to eradicate pit latrine. But Mr. Speaker, it was difficult. And that is the reason, there's a difference between WASH and what we had. Because it was difficult because some people do not have land papers, some elderly people, so they can't get no water, so we can't help them. Right. There are some people with children, and we can't help them. So that's a difference in program. And another difference is that you take community by community. And it's not subjective. So that's what makes WASH different. Because, Mr. Speaker, after I started my program, everybody said, all the other members say, it's an excellent program. People are talking about it, so let's duplicate it. And so they decided to duplicate it in every constituency. There are some constituency, after more than 5 years, don't even have 10 bathroom and toilet. So it was not a priority in some constituency. But what this government is doing is making the WASH a priority. We're giving them water. So whether or not you have the lands, you can get access because we came here and passed that. So, Mr. Speaker, in the new year, Sister Gloria and I will be going from village to village and identifying the amount I think we'll do an assessment to know which village has the most people needing and championing the cause to get water, because in my constituency, maybe if you do a survey, you realize that many people have bathroom and toilet because it was one of my main agenda. But as I said, if you did not have access to the land and you couldn't get pipe and water, then you couldn't get. But now with this new initiative, I believe that we will work together. And as I speak of Sister Gloria and I working together, I want to place on record my thanks to Sister Gloria Thomas for coming to me and joining and creating history in Grenada. I know the fact that I'm on the other side, some in the opposition will try to think they can divide us. There's nobody or no one that can divide us unless we want to divide ourselves. And in trying to make all kinds of stories, you're creating more problems for me. Because this lady wants to get me out even when the rain falling. I have to remind her I have a husband. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I love this lady so very much. And I said there's one issue I have with her. And I tell her I'm going to tell her, but in the parliament, she wouldn't hear it before, but I'm going to say it in the parliament. She would call me 3 o'clock in the morning or text me. I'm not sure what she's hoping to find, but I have a husband in my bed. So, Sister Gloria, I love you so very much. And we'll continue. I know the social worker in you and the people championing me together. We will join our hands and we'll continue to walk the nook and cranny of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest, doing for people, touching people, Mr. Speaker, and representing them well. 2 for 1. Can you imagine? 2 for 1. We are the best, Mr. Speaker. And so we'll continue the projects. We have started many projects within the constituency. We have 2 skills training. We know only through, there are some people who are not young people, they're not youth under 35 that can get into the Imani and other program, other youth programs. And so we have the sewing machine, the sewing program, and we have a tailor program. But we also want to commend and thank Sister Celia Fletcher in Brush Grove. She is giving back to the community. And so we have collaborated with her. We have given material and 2 sewing machines, and we visited the women who are there. Mr. Speaker, you see, we have to look for ways and means to empower our women and girls so they do not always be dependent. So we are continuing to work to improve the lives of our women and girls in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, we have many infrastructural work maybe in mostly every village. We have bus sheds, we have roads and drains. And so, you see I'm coughing here. I believe that this cough is, I'm asthmatic generally. But I believe this cough is prolonged because of Sister Glow. Because I told her I was not feeling well, she still told me, let's go. And the rain wet me. So we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to go in every nook and every cranny. Mr. Speaker, education. I've said time and time again, it's only through education we can eradicate poverty. It's only through education we can take our people out of this hell place they call poverty. Because when you poor, Mr. Speaker, you're already exposed, you know. When you poor, people can call you all kind of hungry mouth and all kind of things. You know, I've seen that I'm hungry mouth and other members, elected members on this side, but I'll get to that to the end. I've been called hungry mouth and all kind of names, Mr. Speaker. When you're poor, you are exposed. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy that the Imani program, that we will now be fully regularizing people who are there. That's $500, Mr. Speaker. It's not $500 across the board, because there are some people, Mr. Speaker, who are not performing. And so we have to get them to understand that while we have a role to assist them, they have a responsibility to do what is expected of them so that they can be kept not in the program, but they can get permanent jobs. And Mr. Speaker, if I stand here and say that the Imani program has not done one good thing for the last 20 years, I'll be dishonest. And my credibility will be on the line. I must say that there are some people who find permanent engagement out of the thousands. There are some who turned managers and, you know, and some went and studied, come out with degrees. But Mr. Speaker, after 20 years, you must evaluate. You must look back. Because if 300 get permanent, and you have 3,000-4,000 still in the program, then it means we have a problem. If people are 47 and 48 years, that's my age, and they're still part of the new Imani program, then we have a problem. So what I would say, I would not say let's disband and get rid of it, because there must be some good aspect. I say let's reevaluate, and let's see how, as we move forward, we can provide youth training that is sustainable. Youth training that will enable that less than 2 years people get real jobs. Mr. Speaker, because you see, as I look in the audience, a young lady is watching me, and don't make them see who you are. She came to me with almost tears in her eyes. She said, Minister, she still calls me that way. I'm a member, I'm in the Imani program all these years, and I'm working hard. And I'm still an Imani. And my 2 daughters now, they are Imani. So Mr. Speaker, just look at that. A vicious cycle of poverty be continuing. Can you imagine? She in the program, her daughters in the program. So if we leave it like that, we can see mothers, 3 generations of Imanis. We can see mothers in the program, grandmothers, and the children. Do we want that? So I ask us, as a government, let us look at new programs. And it really doesn't have to be a new program, but let us re-evaluate. After we will have done with this batch and see how we can give people job status, let us look at for training opportunities that will enable people that after 6 months to 18 months, they get permanent jobs. You cannot be in a training program for 13 and 14 years. For $700, you're making children, your children come in the program and meet you there. Mr. Speaker, that undermines the job market in Grenada. And we have a way where we get the private sector to even abuse our workers. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, I recall vividly that there's a particular person, some bogus media outfit somewhere around, came with his long list, because his government in power, with all these workers that is employed in his place, asking to be placed on the Imani program, because he wants the Imani program to pay his workers. So you see, it undermines the job market and it abuses our people. So I say, we have to relook. And we have to make sure that things like this didn't happen. And I would not go making you believe that the names of the people got employed. I knew the minister holds strain on it. He was upset, caught up in language, but he holds strain and decided it can't happen that way. This is how it's happening. I make the point to say, when you see people coming with all the different things, asking me to resign and do that kind of thing, you have to know why. When they can use their so-called outfit to plan propaganda, you must know why, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not even bothered with that. Because these are people who are a lot older than me by far and have nothing for themselves. So I cannot care less about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look forward. I look forward when we can provide real training opportunities. And it's according to the job market. So if you have the hotel industry and a hotel is being built, then you train people to get those jobs. If you have, like for teachers, what I saw in the Imani program, Mr. Speaker, you have a number of people, and that's a point I made even while I was there. Something that hurt my heart. If you do not have the basic prerequisite to be a teacher, and you're in a school as a teacher trainee, then you'll be there forever as a trainee. Because you have to, at least, Mr. Speaker, if the person do not have math, I can understand, or they do not have English, I can understand, because you know you'll give them 1 or 2 years to get these 2 subjects. But they have, some of them didn't even go to secondary school, but you have them in schools, Mr. Speaker. Let's stop shrieking people, and let's look for a sustainable way to empower our young people. Let's not keep them in a way, Mr. Speaker. So they always have to come back to us begging. And we like that. You know, when you're not begging, it's a problem, eh? Yeah. Ask some of the former MPs. Ask them, especially the female. Ask them, when they do not beg, it's an issue. They say, how come you never came to me and asked for anything? And that's their problem. So they will lose being a candidate because of that, because they have. So it's a means of recruiting a set of people who you think will be dependent on you. And so I'm no longer dependent, and that's the problem. That's a serious problem. But they say I'm dead, Mr. Speaker. You know, let the dead woman rest now. The dead have no power, so why you continue to go after me? Not me you have to go after. Mr. Speaker, contract for service. This is something that bleed my heart from the inception. And I'm not saying it now because I'm on this side. It's something that I champion every time I get a chance to open my mouth. Mr. Speaker, because you see, we talk about poor and vulnerable. But if we do not pay no NIS for people, then when they turn 60, they have to come back to the same vicious cycle of poverty. So they start to come back to the same seed program. So somebody working with government, getting $2,500 a month. When at the end they could get some NIS of maybe $8 or $9, even $1,000, zero, Mr. Speaker. Because you do not pay the NIS, you say they have contract for service. What is a contract for service? What I know as a contract for service is someone who gives some deliverables, not someone that come to work 8 to 4 and sit down every day as everybody and have the same job description. That's a contract for service. So as I speak to my members on this side, let us relook this whole contract for service. Something I champion. I was on a committee, a number of us who were against that contract for service. We came up with a nice written document of how we can go forward. It was never tabled anyway. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, there's a mindset to keep people always dependent. There's this mindset to keep people always dependent. And so as we move forward, if we're talking true transformation, let us transform our people. Let's not leave them in a way of dependent and vulnerable. That they always depend on a politician and not that we come begging and you can say, leave them hungry. Don't give them anything. Just empathize with them. And when election comes, they walk in without pay. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine? Mr. Speaker, this thing hurt me for months. And I'm not saying it because I'm here. And there are people right here who can say, it's not true, it's true. But maybe what they would say is that you should not go outside with something that was said privately. But Mr. Speaker, I'm representing people. And if I am representing people, and you could tell me that I could leave them to suffer, and don't give them anything, even if I have, because they will have to understand, to feel. He said, I sure some of them even voted for the NDC. And that is why I caution us. Let us transform how we deal. And there are some jobs, Mr. Speaker, somebody who have a big security contract, Mr. Speaker, I understand your political dynamics. I do not expect you to keep the contractor. Maybe you could. But I mean, I understand the political thing. Maybe we will reach in a place where we can keep them. But as it stands now, transformation takes time. It's not overnight. I didn't say, well, transform and transform. No. If you, a student of human resource management, you would know, you're talking about complete change. You can't change people overnight. So, Mr. Speaker, I will understand that you'll take a contract from the major contractor. But I say, let the ordinary man continue to work. Let the people who are in the road continue to work. Let us protect our people's dignity so that they do not have to go and beg and be called beggars. You know, when you're in need, you will ask for assistance. And so, if you get too big and too bright, then you're under attack. And I guess that's why I'm under attack, Mr. Speaker. But if you know me well, I'm covered. I covered myself with the whole armor of God. So nothing they could do could stop me. Nothing. They could try whatever they want, Mr. Speaker. They cannot touch me. I'm a child of God. And so I allow him to cover me. So you could try what you want, and you could call me whatever you want. You could pin all video, Dear Delma. What does Dear Delma has to do with the release you? I am collateral damage. I'm not the release you, but we'll get to that. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work for the people of St. Andrew Northwest, as I said earlier, a number of initiatives in housing. 55 families received house repair material and the brigade worked on their homes. So we're continuing to do what we started before, because as a representative, I've always championed for the people of my constituency. And I'll continue to champion for the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. They are my main priority. And they are our main priority because it's two of us now. It's not one. So I'm the elected representative, but Sister Gloria and I, we are going everywhere. And we are ensuring that we bring benefits to all the people, Mr. Speaker. All. There might be some who are not willing to come. Or somebody may feel, well, something is wrong. You know, sometimes because we have this kind of political thing about us. And some people will say, well, I'm working as hard as I can until my party win. Mr. Speaker, I am not working for no party to win. I'm working for the people to win. I am representing people. So if I have to work as hard as I can, the harder as I can, I'll be working for the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest who have elected me, Mr. Speaker, 3 times. You're taking that for granted? 3 times. Mr. Speaker, at a time when I should have lost that seat the last election, you hear them say, well, it's party vote and party vote. But if it's party vote, how come those big giants fell down? How come in the constituency where you spend millions, you didn't have money and you win? How come? It means that you must have some individual support. And so, Mr. Speaker, while I thank my entire constituency, you see, I'm a Moncton girl. The people of Moncton raised me to be who I am. And they continue to support me, the biggest polling division. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I support in Broad Government, Sister Deslin is there rallying with me, take and take. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you something about Sister Deslin as I move on. She's still, and I know she's upset because she don't like her name to be called. She's in every village, walking every nook and cranny until they're saying, well, she get a job. That's the reason why she's with Delma. You need to tell them you don't have no job. But you love the people, and you continue to work and serve the people. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do that. We continue to work, as I said, in education. We continue to visit the schools, meet with the teachers, we meet with the staff. We met with the staff, Sister Gloria and I, of St. Mary's RC. We hear what are the concerns. Many humanitarians there, and they raise their concern. Hope is on its way, we say to them. We visited the Paracle Government School. We read with the children. We're always there. We visited the Byland School, bring goodies. And we'll continue, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to be there and have a presence to see what is happening with our children and how best we can assist and work with the principal and staff to advance their education. And that is why I applaud the free tuition fee by this government. The free tuition fee, Mr. Speaker, is transformational in nature. And I've heard one member say, well, we did it before, and I agree. We gave some tuition assistance, subjective. So it means that you decide who getting. So if an officer decided, well, me and this mother is not speaking, so our daughter cannot get the tuition assistance, then she's not getting it. So there's a difference. What makes it transformation is new. Everyone is getting. You see, we have to understand what transformational agenda means and what transformational leadership is. And then we understand. Because sometimes you say, well, you do this, you do that, and you meet it already. But it doesn't mean you have to change everything altogether. Or it doesn't mean it's something from new, but you change the status quo, Mr. Speaker. And I applaud the government. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the rookies. A rookie team, Mr. Speaker, we say they meet a pregnant treasury. Well, something was wrong with this pregnancy. Because if you have all these millions, hundreds of millions, well, as one of my former colleagues said, they lie for us. Because we didn't know. We genuinely did not know that there was this million in the treasury. We were told, Mr. Speaker, to pay pension will bankrupt the country. Is this a country we want to live by children? That's what we were told. And we believe it because we do not have the figures. We are no statistician. So we do not have those figures, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we were going to bankrupt the country. But the rookies, the inexperience, they came in, Mr. Speaker. And here now, they pay the pension. I want you to go ahead believing that I was against not paying pension, you know. I championed my whole cabinet. I said, you ready? I call around like I'm getting crazy. Because I say, well, if we getting, why they can't get? Why do we have to appeal the case? So don't let them fool us and say, well, they was going to pay it still. They wanted to appeal the case. They wanted to appeal the case. There was a discussion, and that's why I champion around and get people to say, no, we can't appeal no case. But in their mind, Mr. Speaker, in their mind's head, they still were saying, let's call the election, because we still have to make some changes. We cannot pay it as is. But the rookies came in, and they paid the pension. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, making your public officers walk the sun in the rain, Mr. Speaker, and you have monies in your treasury that you can pay them?
You still dog their salary.
And you still dog their salary. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something about the dog salary. So I was so upset, and I know a particular other member, well, you see, when a politician have us so in a kind of way that maybe they will not even accept that they say that. There's another member who was upset too. Wasn't happy that teacher salary in dock and spoke about it, Mr. Speaker. And after the election now, a particular person, I ain't calling on them because you see, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm protected here, but I'm awaiting the lawsuit, so I'm saving those evidence for the lawsuit. Yeah. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, a person sent me something out of Trinidad after the election to say, all he was thinking about, vexed about the thing, but look what happened in Trinidad, I say, but the results already in. We in opposition. The people decide. You see, people have the final say, Mr. Speaker. And the people will decide. And so I would not sit here and say that under the former administration, nothing good was not done. But Mr. Speaker, as I said in a media interview, the only thing consistent is change. And And so after 20 years, Mr. Speaker, doing the same thing over and over, there must be change. Yeah. And that is why the people decided, Mr. Speaker, that they will give a new team a chance. And we were fearful about the new team, but you are seeing they pay pension, they give free tuition assistance, they're looking at increasing the minimum wage. The elderly families now getting 200 permanent, not in an election year, by monthly salary. And Mr. Speaker, the most famous one, they provided an increase for MP. Can you imagine? MP as me. Mr. Speaker, do you know I have a master's degree in human resource management? Getting $1,200. According to the budget, you said, that's what he said, $1,400. So I'm getting Imani pay. And nothing wrong with that, according to the boss. Yeah. And you hear he's happy that his members can take it. You believe that is the real case? That's the true case? That's not the true case. The true case, they won't tell you what I'll tell you. And I'll say thank you on behalf of the others. Because we rallied together before I came here, saying that we will accept. That's one of the reasons why I was blacklisted. Because I stand up. And so I said, we will accept, and I will champion for an increase. And so when I was placed on the House Committee, Mr. Speaker, the people elected me, members. However, behind the scene, a decision was made to take me out. I said, well, if you take me out from the House Committee, then take me out from every other committee, otherwise I'm going to stand in the House and say I am not interested. That's why I still was on the House Committee, because he believed that I was one champion for increase. But you know why? Because they want you to stay poor and stay hungry and beg and always come independent. Yes. Mr. Speaker, that has to change. So they had a season. I want to say to the Honorable Prime Minister on this side, it's your season to shine. It is your season to shine. And you have to shine bright as a diamond. Mr. Speaker, it's a little joke I want to make about the home improvement. So maybe they added something to the end. But these people maybe not study the document. The hell kicks it on the side. They call it big name is a house repair. There's no house repair in this document. The name of the program right through has been the home improvement program. So if you add resilience, then that's good. But don't go and make it like, you know, they just add a new name. So we need to study our documents. That's the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I've heard many of the issue of the medical, and before I close, I have a passion for health. I would not be a good health minister, I was there, but Mr. Speaker, I take this thing to deep. My love and care for people make me, it's like I'm consumed with those things. And so when there are issues that affect people, I will champion. And I believe that health is too important for us to be divided about. Both sides. You have a doctor on the side here, and I know when I was Minister of Hospital Services, I champion, with her, I get her to support me. We hear a lot about nurses and doctors and issues. Many of the hierarchy of the healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, they were like movie stars in Hollywood. They're acting. And all how you try to have a conversation, I even took them to have a conversation on improving their status so that they can get permanent. We left government and no permanency. There's a reason for that. We keep people always poor, to keep you coming back and always asking. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this side my side has already started making them permanent. And at the end of this year, many of them will be permanent. You have hard workers, they're giving out their best, Mr. Speaker, man. During Christmas time in 2021, during COVID, I visited the hospital. Nurses have to leave their families and be in the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Yet we treat them with kind courtesy. Our doctors, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare workers, every one of them, they are important. We have one cytologist in the hospital, Mr. Speaker, working hard. We had her for contract of service. She working almost 20 years in a contract of service. And I will urge us on this side to look at that and see how you can make our permanent. It's the only person we have. So let us work together, Mr. Speaker, to see how we can really improve our health care facilities. And I know that I'm running short for time, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say something again about the increase. Mr. Speaker, you see, I have the unfortunate experience to see a former parliamentarian they have to call me to provide home care under the geriatric caregiving program for a former parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine that? They're retiring in poverty. So when this increase comes, everyone, there shouldn't be a discussion or a division about increase for parliamentarian when we have so many parliamentarians retiring in poverty. And I'm not saying that other people who are working with the government shouldn't get better salaries, but I'm saying these are people who serve at the highest office in the land. These are people, Mr. Speaker, who give their all. These are people who have been crucified, like how we have been crucified now. And so I am happy, Mr. Speaker, that as we move forward, that more people would not have to be, in his case, having to ask for home caregiving. I know a former parliamentarian who doesn't even have pipe and water in her home. She served under the former administration. That's what you want for former parliamentarians? Mr. Speaker, my dear colleague, I'm wrapping up, but I wish my dear colleague from the town of St. George was still here. More than 6 months ago, Mr. Speaker, I warned him that they were coming for him. They have arrived. And I want to warn him, Mr. Speaker, do not take those idle threats just so. If a man tells you I have gunmen to deal with you, then you should need to report to the police. When I left, Mr. Speaker, and I had some concerns, and people raised some concerns of things that have been said in particular quarters, I told my husband, who is a police, he take it for nothing. I reported to the headquarters. I said, if anything happens to me, you need to look in this quarter. I told them, the officer I spoke to, where to look. And so they know where to go. So nobody will have to be walking to the police station for you to question whether or not they walk into the police station. You know where they have to go. So I said speak to the member of the town of St. George to beef up your security. Because you see poll after poll showing you in the lead. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that they are coming in your face and shoving their hands, and you may say that's not my business, or you might say, where you get that? But you know what I'm saying is not true. I ask you to beef up your security because change is coming in some place, not in this house, Mr. Speaker, and it may not be relevant, Mr. Speaker, but if it's national security issue for a member, then I have a responsibility to warn him. Mr. Speaker, the number 10 factor, I think I must talk about the number 10 factor before I wrap up. You know, how will you pass you hear number 10, number 10, number 10? Mr. Speaker, can you give me 5 more minutes?
Member, it's granted.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, we should also hear the number 40. Because you know, it was 40 days we had for election. And you know the Bible talk about 40? Change, transformation. Cut it here! What does the Bible tell you about number 10? A new beginning. You bring a new dynamics. So I'm here, Mr. Speaker, and I will accept number 10. So while I'm in number 10 inside here, to the people of St. Andrew Northwest, I'm number 1. Mr. Speaker, I want to, as I close, say something to His Majesty's opposition. I believe that he has done a lot. And so if he has to be respected, you know, a lot of times you ask for respect. If you give respect, you get respect. And if you wish to be regarded as father of the house, or respected, as an elderly statesman, then learn to behave like one. Practice to be one. about behaving like Nelson Mandela, humble, compassionate and gracious? What about Desmond Tutu, simple but right and honest? What about Michael Manley, progressive, a visionary, filled with wisdom? Show a better example for those you call young and inexperienced. You don't have to instruct, simple shows so that we can learn. Children learn by example. So since you feel that we or they, not me, I'm a big old adult. Since you think that they are children, then be an example to them. Not acting like the wild, wild west. There are no cowboys in this honorable house. And Indians. We are simply a group of individuals elected by people to serve and do best by God's grace for our country. As I close, I recommit myself to the people of St. Andrew Northwest. I recommit myself as a team with Sister Gloria Thomas, championing the cause for the people of our constituency. Mr. Speaker, I know they try hard to get me out. But until my work is over, I will do the best I can. Mr. Speaker. That's right. Mr. Speaker, they got tired to see my face, but they were not able to get me out of this place. And oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I never get weary yet. I thank you.
Thank you, MP for St. Andrew Northwest. And I now turn to the MP for St. Patrick West, Honorable Joseph Andal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we are in the Yuletide season, I take this opportunity to wish you and your family, staff at Parliament, a very healthy and prosperous season. I extend similar wishes to my colleagues on this side, as well as those on the other side, including the absentee father. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2024 presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, my colleague, Brother Dennis Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, it's been a pleasure for me over the past 18 or so months to represent the great people of St. Patrick West, and also to work with the Permanent Secretary and staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, and also the Permanent Secretary with specific responsibility for trade and export development, and the members of staff of that division. Together, I believe, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to achieve quite a lot. I also wish to thank Prime Minister Mitchell, the good Mitchell, and my cabinet colleagues for continuing to work along with me as we strive to move the transformation agenda forward. Mr. Speaker, I'll begin by talking about some of the achievements and accomplishments in my constituency. And occasionally, I will branch over onto the other side of the road, since MP Cornwall and I will try to work collaboratively for the good of our parish. One of the pledges we made was to stay in touch with our people and to have regular visits and consultations with them. And Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I have not been able to do it with the frequency with which I'd like, but I assure you that efforts were made to stay engaged, and there was a fair degree of engagement with the constituents. So when budget time was approaching, we ensured that the team from the Ministry of Finance engaged the people of St. Patrick East and St. Patrick West to solicit their input into the budget. I also was able to engage the farmers and the police who are involved with the Predial Lastly Unit and the Police Farm Watch Program. There we were able to discuss ideas. I was able to listen to their recommendations and their comments and their concerns so that I could take it back to my colleague at the Ministry of Agriculture to have their issues addressed. Healthcare, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, still is not where we'd like it to be in St. Patrick. And St. Patrick, being the furthest point from St. George, is more negatively affected by the deficits in that realm than other parishes are. MP Cornwall and I have taken it on ourselves, working in collaboration with Minister Lacrette and his team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, to engage the nurses at the Sates facility with a view towards improving physical conditions, recruiting staff, and rendering better service to our people. I have continued to walk my constituency and to have one-on-one engagements, and in some cases, engagements with the entire village throughout the constituency. And so far, I've been able to have a wonderful village meeting with the residents of Snellhall, another one in Redmud. I've also been on the ground in Stone Road and Canna Road in Hermitage, Mount Rule, Ludgate, and Mount Williams. Not to mention other spontaneous engagements in different parts of the constituency. And I assure constituents that this initiative will be beefed up and will become more frequent in the coming year. Mr. Speaker, by way of achievements, we have already secured funding for the establishment of an ICT and homework center for the village of Chantemelle, which will be located in the newly refurbished Holy Spirit Catholic School, formerly Chantemelle Roman Catholic School. We have also secured computers for Hermitage, Brother Cornwall and I. This one is a joint initiative, so that at the Community Resource Center in Hermitage, which is currently being upgraded and retrofitted, very soon we'll have the computers installed so that Hermitage too can benefit from the ICT and Homework Center. Brother Cornwall and I approached the Chinese embassy, and they were very gracious in donating complete football and cricket kits for all of the primary schools in St. Patrick and also Samaritan Presbyterian School in St. Mark. The next step is to work with the Ministries of Education and Sport to ensure that proper coaching is in place and that competitions among the children begin soon. We have been able to have a twinning agreement or arrangement. It has not yet been fully signed. We have the MOU, but the full agreement to be signed in the coming year between Red Mud in St. Patrick West and Yellow Mud, a village in China. And soon we hope to see tangible benefits coming from that arrangement. Recently, a team from Ningbo City in China, at the invitation of T.A. Marisho Community College, visited St. Patrick and agreed with Mr. Cornwall and me to set up another twinning arrangement between the parish of St. Patrick and Ningbo City in China. The discussions have been very encouraging, and we expect to see things bearing fruit in the not too distant future. At the level of MP, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that up to this point, members of Parliament do not have any resources outside of personal resources, I was still able to mobilize resources to assist a number of residents. in terms of transportation for school purposes, in terms of groceries, in the case of a young family who lost their sole breadwinner not too long ago. We have been able to source in St. Patrick West, through the work of a family from Chantemelle, now residing in Toronto, wheelchairs, ordinary ones, as well as motorized wheelchairs to assist citizens with mobility problems. And so far we have been able to distribute 2 of those motorized wheelchairs. We are also in the process of making the homes of people with physical disability more accessible through the construction of ramps. And I've already begun to speak with people at the Council for the Disabled to ensure that together with Community Development, Ministry of Infrastructure, we make people have greater access to their homes in spite of physical challenges. So, Speaker, I was able to mobilize through conversations with business people and other philanthropic-minded individuals, mobilize funds for 6 grants for the commencement of micro businesses in my constituency, all of it going towards young people. And the good thing about it, they approached me during my constituency day, and up to now I do not know whether they voted for me or for the other side. What is of importance to me is that we provide the means for people to uplift themselves. Brother Cornwall and I also worked to ensure that the efforts of the committee that runs the Hilarion Home did not go in vain, and so we entreated Cabinet to provide a monthly subvention to the Hilarion Home to facilitate its reopening following the devastation that was wreaked on that home by the COVID pandemic. In the much talked about seed, a few people were removed either by having passed on or by having graduated, but we were also able to add 57 new beneficiaries to that program, and 25 students had their assistance increased because of having transitioned from primary to secondary or secondary to tertiary level education. Talking about education, Mr. Speaker, in the parish of St. Patrick, 147 students benefited from the removal of tuition fees at TAMCC, resulting in approximately $120,000 staying in the parish of St. Patrick to be invested into other areas. The students from the parish who attend NULO also were able to benefit from that great initiative. Mr. Speaker, something that is not talked about very much is the removal of the fees for the school feeding program. $1 may sound a little bit, $2 or $3 may sound like nothing if you have a lot. But for families with zero income or with uncertain means of survival, it can mean the difference between eating and starving. And so if you take a family with 3 children, 2 attending primary, 1 attending secondary school, it means a saving of $100 per month. So if your monthly income for that family is $500 and you no longer have to dish out $100, you can well imagine the difference that will make to the quality of life, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that man and woman too will not live by bread alone. And so I'd like to commend the initiative of the Ministry of Youth and the Minister of Youth by initiating the mock parliament in primary schools. And I had the good fortune to witness one in St. Patrick, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the future of Grenada is in good hands. In terms of physical infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, a number of roads have been built, repaired, rebuilt in the period under review. In Shantimel, my hometown, Thomas Lane By Road has been completed. It was something that was started and left to rest for a number of years. In our visit to the communities, it was raised as a concern, and through the Ministry of Community Development, we were able to complete that road. Marley, again, an important piece of infrastructure work was completed in an area known as Jahole. Main Street Sates, Jolly Road, paved and completed. Resurfacing of the roads, Mount Craven, Mount Rodney, Prospect, Samaritan, Shantimel, Upper Marley, Lamode, and Sates. And Mr. Speaker, there is a qualitative difference in the way that road repairs is approached now. We're no longer in the habit of caulking a hole, but instead resurfacing large swaths of road. Darby, Mr. Speaker, has been a village long forgotten. It is geographically almost distinct from the rest of the constituency. And for some reason, very little attention has been paid to it. I have undertaken Darby as a special project dear to my heart because I live just on the outskirts of that village. And we have now completed the process of installing street lights along the length of the road leading to the beach. And on top of that, we have also lit up the beach so that activities can go on there in relative peace and safety after the sun sets. And we are not finished yet. In Redmud, we have repaired a piece of broken road that was creating real havoc in the lives of the people there. Mount William, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that my sister from St. Mark knows that area well. It is right on the border between St. Patrick and St. Mark. But like Redmud, you can only access it along the main road from St. Mark. And for years, the few families living there have had to face a sometimes turbulent river to access their homes or to leave. Sometimes they leave in the morning, sun nice, shiny, bright, and 2-3 hours later, they get off the bus and cannot return home until the river subsided. Mr. Speaker, the reason I take particular pride in this project is that it is a tiny community with no more than about 4 or 5 houses. And there is a tendency for politicians to look at the number of votes in an area before they move on something. What moved me, Mr. Speaker, was not the number of votes, but the fact that people, one old man in particular, broke, 78 years old, living in that area for 51 years, had to put his foot in the water every time he left home and tried to return home. Thanks to the assistance of the Chinese ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Wei, we were able to provide a pedestrian bridge so that the people can access their homes safely. In terms of ongoing projects, we have begun repairs to the Shantimel Community Center, which had been in a dilapidated state for a number of years. Brother Cornwall and I have pulled our resources together, our community development resources together, to repair the Mount Ridge Community Center. Work has begun there. Back Street, Mount Craven, significant infrastructural work is taking place there. Snell Hall playing field, the road to it is being paved, and we have bigger and better plans for Snell Hall down the road. Charlie Road in Shantimel, we also began that, but work has been held up by a boundary dispute between some of the landowners in that area. We are confident that that will be resolved in short order so that the work can be continued. And along the Motelba Road in Marley, we are currently building a retaining wall, which, if not done, can pose a severe threat to the bridge in that area there. Very soon, we'll move on to Stone Road in Hermitage, to Mount Ridge, to Prospect. And talking about Prospect, Mr. Speaker, it gives me a sad reminder. We hear people talking about literally, well, not literally, but it's almost as if they vex that we are continuing projects started by the previous administration. And I cannot understand that line of thinking, or lack thereof. Because, Mr. Speaker, those of us old enough to remember can hark back to 2012-2013, when the former MP, former Minister of Finance, Nazim Burke, spoke about $600 million in grant and loan from the World Bank that was intended to do the same river project that you're hearing all kind of cussing about, the tunnel project, the project by the Call, and elsewhere. And the Darby, the Duquesne to Sotez Road, passing through Prospect and Darby, was earmarked for rebuilding. And the new administration then, in 2013, scrapped it. And what they would do, every year, send a team of men to measure the road. Until one day a lady asked them, the road growing? How come all you measuring it so often? Right? So, Mr. Speaker, there are some emergency works to be done on the Prospect Road, with some of the bridges literally resting on the beds of the ravines. And I have to travel that road often. But it's not because I have to travel it, because I've been advocating long before I relocated to that area. So, Comrade Minister of Infrastructure Development, I'll come knocking. And I know you won't let the people of Darby down, because you love them and they love you too. Mr. Speaker, Hermitage is a sports-mad village. They have produced Devon Smith and others who have represented Grenada in cricket, football, and other sports. Brother Cornwall and I are working assiduously to secure a basketball court for the young people of Hermitage. We are also working to secure cricket gear and other equipment for sports teams and schools in our parish, so that once again St. Patrick can begin to make its name in cricket and in other sports. The Sotez vegetable market is in a terrible state of disrepair. And I wish to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that that did not start to happen on June 23rd last year. But again, although it's located physically in my constituency, Brother Cornwall and I will work together to ensure that the Sotez vegetable market gets the much needed assistance it deserves. The Chapel Bridge, again on the border between St. Patrick and St. Mark, is a temporary wooden bridge that has been up for well over 10 years. And the planks are in a terrible state. They are a hazard to pedestrian as well as vehicular traffic, and I've been assured by the technical people in the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, that some attention will be paid to that bridge in short order so that the crossing can be a little safer. Mountrich Medical Station, again, some more work needs to be done to bring it up to speed, but we are confident that in 2024 we will see the reopening of the Mountrich Medical Station. The Sotez Medical Complex too is almost on life support, and we have been assured that come 2024, under the CDB funding project, that question will be addressed in a positive way for the people of Sotez and surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, talking about Sotez, Mount Craven, Mount Rodney, the infamous breakwater has been like a millstone around the necks of the residents of Sotez and villages to the southwest. All of the feasibility studies and the drawings have been done. Unfortunately, we understand that the most expensive one was chosen. I don't want to say by the former administration, so I won't say it. And all that is pending now is the environmental and social impact assessment. The consultancy work was carried out by a Jamaican firm named Smith Warner International, and we are confident that the restorative work will begin in the new year, in 2024. Mr. Speaker, continuing on our trend of developing people, Brother Cornwall and I are going to embark on a series of public fora to help empower our people. And one of the first of them will be a financial and investment literacy forum for the people of St. Patrick early in the new year. In terms of housing, we have approved 100 families for housing materials. And so far, 29 houses have been repaired, 19 new ones built, Mr. Speaker, 15 toilets and bathrooms built, and 10 more with materials just awaiting availability of the housing brigade. But I believe that with the wonderful example set by our Prime Minister and his team in St. David, we can and will adopt the WASH program to cut back on the wait time and to improve on the quality of work. Mr. Speaker, a vexing problem in St. Patrick is the unreliability of public transportation. Last year, I had talks with some members of the Sauteurs Bus Association, and they are committed, I know, to providing after-hours and public holiday services. They were not able to implement it because of some little technical issues that they wish to address. So Brother Cornwall and I have undertaken to hold conversation with the newly installed Transportation Commission with a view towards alleviating the problem of public transportation in St. Patrick. Just last week, I received a call from a parent that her young son got home after 10 p.m. in Chantimel because he could not get a bus from St. George's to Sauteurs. So, Speaker, I now move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the primary interface and coordinating agency between Grenada and foreign governments and institutions. We facilitate bilateral and multilateral relations. We manage our embassies and other missions abroad. We host and establish relations with foreign missions in Grenada. We facilitate treaties, conventions, and agreements. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also handles state and official visits, protocol and consular matters, and protects the interests of Grenadians in the diaspora. A key focus of the ministry is the promotion of trade and investment opportunities. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that last December, I lamented the human resource deficit that plagued the ministry and pledged to take corrective action. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to inform this Honorable House that since then, we have filled 8 previously frozen technical positions in the ministry and 5 in our overseas missions. In the main, these recruits have academic backgrounds in international relations and diplomacy, with many of them having served previously in national and regional capacities. And I must hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, that the least of the consideration was political affiliation. As a matter of fact, I took some blows, Prime Minister took some blows for not moving immediately to fire en masse all of the people in our foreign missions. We view them as Grenadians, we value their service, and we felt that they had to be given a dignified exit. And unlike previous prime ministers who put roadblocks in the way of his political opponents securing a livelihood, we endorsed people who previously served the previous administration for jobs in international agencies. And I'm happy and proud to say that I was personally able to endorse our former ambassador to the United States and the OAS for a job at the OAS mission. She was supposed to run against the PM, I understand. And I could have been bitter and vindictive because I was one of those who for 10 years could not find a job in Grenada for the simple crime of going up against His Imperial Majesty. Mr. Speaker, these new appointments are strengthening the protocol and consular, policy and research, and Diaspora Affairs Division as we redouble our efforts to support the whole of government programming. This puts us one step closer towards the realization of the goal of having a professional foreign service. So, Speaker, at last year's budget, we pledged to strengthen our diplomatic missions. To that end, I'm happy to report that all our ambassadors and consuls general are in place, each supported by at least one other diplomat. Gone are the days of the one-man or the one-woman mission. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has begun a series of training sessions in protocol and etiquette for current and prospective protocol officers across the public service, including statutory bodies. Several foreign service officers have undergone training in multilateral diplomacy in Belgium, Germany, and Guyana. And there is also continuous training for heads of mission and consuls general with leading experts from around the region. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that it takes more than political allegiance to make a good diplomat, and we are prepared to invest in training opportunities for all of our diplomats. So, Speaker, we continue to widen our diplomatic outreach to promote Grenada's inclusive, sustainable economic growth agenda, and to make our mark on the global stage. I can report today, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry continues to fulfill government's mandate to establish and strengthen relationships with the international community. During the past year, Mr. Speaker, we have established diplomatic relations with Bahrain, Benin, Republic of Ireland, and Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I was a bit taken aback to realize that a country, Kenya, we did not have diplomatic relations with them, but it's always better late than never. And in fact, as recently as about 2 days ago, I had a conversation with the Foreign Minister of Benin, who is planning to do a CARICOM tour next year, and we have agreed to explore the possibility of his being able to bring a cultural team to Grenada to help us celebrate our 50th year of independence. We anticipate that in the first half of next year, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to establish diplomatic relations with 5 more African countries. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we are concurrently pursuing visa waiver agreements with several African and Latin American countries, and we hope to conclude these in the first half of next year. It is important to afford our citizens the ease of travel that comes with modern life. And given that we are an investor-friendly country and a tourist-based economy to an extent, it is important that access to our country be as inhibition-free as possible. Mr. Speaker, so far this year, 5 new ambassadors have been accredited to Grenada, and the Cabinet has granted agreement for a further 8. The Ministry has participated in several summits and high-level meetings during the course of this year. The implementations of the decisions from these engagements has already begun and will intensify in the upcoming period. Mr. Speaker, consular work is one of the more visible aspects of diplomacy. It involves providing documents, assistance, and protection to Grenadian citizens who live abroad or who are in transit in other countries, and to foreign nationals who wish to visit or do business with Grenada. From November 6th to 9th this year, a team from the Canadian High Commission in Barbados came to Grenada to collect biometric information from people wishing to visit Canada. A record 486 people were processed. Due to the overwhelming demand, the Canadians acceded to our request for extended hours and an additional day. We wish to thank High Commissioner Chatterjee and our staff for accommodating so many people. And we also acknowledge the generosity of the management and staff of True Blue Bay Resort, who went out of their way to accommodate people. Mr. Speaker, this is not something we should be proud about, because we know that we once had visa-free access to Canada. And this is something that we are working assiduously to try to correct. To that end, Mr. Speaker, I held talks with Canada's Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees on the sidelines of the recent CARICOM Canada Summit in Ottawa, with a view to ultimately removing visa restrictions on Grenadian citizens, but in the interim to increase the frequency of biometric visits to Grenada. And we agreed in that meeting to have technical teams from both sides meet to start the negotiations. During the year, our overseas missions processed over 750 ordinary passport applications to the tune of in excess of $500,000 EC dollars. Our team continues to provide valuable support to visiting delegations and to Grenadians in difficult situations, as recently as last Friday. In fact, last Friday was the first time I heard of Joshua Andal, and I heard about him again yesterday. In fact, between Friday and yesterday, I heard his name called in about 4 different situations. He's from my constituency? He's from your constituency, but he's my cousin. He's Andal. But that's not why we helped him. Yes. So he's a young man who I understand is a CARICOM ambassador and was on his way to the COP in Dubai and encountered some difficulty with airline and immigration and so on in London. And thanks to the intervention of High Commissioner Rashe Crony, who I must thank publicly, his matter was resolved speedily and he's now in Dubai at the COP. So, Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is currently working on a diplomatic protocol handbook which will be delivered in 2024. We recognize that there is a wide need for our services, and many people do not understand exactly what is the job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we believe that the publication of that handbook will help to guide people in terms of what they can and should not expect from the ministry. Treaties and conventions are part of the lifeblood of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In March this year, Mr. James would know about this one, Grenada ratified the Escazú Treaty, which is aimed at protecting the rights of this and future generations from the ravages of climate change and so on, and to guarantee that the region has the ability to live in a healthy environment. We also acceded to the Budapest Convention, which is considered to be the most comprehensive international agreement on cybercrime and electronic data. We ratified the San Jose Convention, which aims to suppress illicit maritime and air trafficking in narcotic and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean. So, Speaker, in July, we signed a technical cooperation agreement with Italy, the focus of which is renewable energy and the protection of marine ecosystems and coastal areas. I now touch on something, Mr. Speaker, that has become sort of a buzzword, Samoa. Samoa is a small island nation in the Pacific. Let me take a sip of water. So, Speaker, I don't want to choke on it, so protect my throat. Yeah. You know, Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast, I was most taken aback on Friday when a lady assumes a supporter of your party poked her head out and wishing that I had literally choked. Yeah, that is how toxic the politics has become. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, a brief background on the Samoa Agreement. In 1975, a group of 9 European countries, then called the European Economic Commission, came together and with another group called the ACP, African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, came together in Lomé, the capital of Togo in West Africa, and signed a trade and cooperation agreement between the two blocs. Europe, as we know, was the main colonizing power. Africa, the Pacific, and the Caribbean were the victims of colonialism. And so they felt that they could make some small amends by rechanneling some of the loot back to the former colonies. So the Lomé Convention was signed in 1975, and there was no hullabaloo about it. It was renewed. There was Lomé 2, Lomé 3, I don't recall if there was a Lomé 4. When that expired, it was replaced by the Cotonou Agreement, Cotonou being the capital of Benin, another French-speaking West African country. Again, no problem, smooth sailing. After another 20 years, the two sides, by now renamed the European Union and the OACPS, Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, came together to renegotiate the agreement. Mr. Speaker, since some people like to claim credit for everything, let me give them credit for signing it in 2021. You hear that? 2021. So all those who play stupid now, Mr. Speaker, is either they have amnesia or they have some Alzheimer's. Maybe not all. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing insidious or sinister about the Samoa Agreement. And I think I know where all of the melee came about. Honorable Modeste and Honorable Pierre, Honorable James was sitting here in a meeting of the famous House Committee that approved the increases. And immediately I had to rush next door to a press conference. It transpired that while I was engaged here, our ambassador in Brussels had signed the agreement. Not being in a position to be briefed by then, I answered with the knowledge available to me at the time, no, when asked if we had already signed. And that was it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Samoa Agreement focuses on the promotion of human rights, democracy, and good governance. And if there is anybody in this House who disagrees with that, they're free to say so. Peace and security, human and social development, inclusive, sustainable economic growth and development, environmental sustainability and climate change, migration and mobility. That is what the Samoa Agreement focuses on. Samoa gives us access to grant funding, investments, and private sector development via the European Investment Bank, the EIB, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD. It does not require us to change any legislation. In fact, I know of certain agreements that have caused us in the past to have to change parts of our legislation or to introduce new ones. The Spotlight Initiative, which was initiated by the previous government, being one such. The Samoa Agreement has an escape clause that any member can withdraw from it if you give 6 months written notice. Plain and simple. With all of this scare story about LGBTQZ and whatnot, I read through the 401 pages, Mr. Speaker, and every mention of gender was followed by the words women and girls. So where did this scare story come from, Mr. Speaker? It reminds me of the days of COVID. When they say if you take vaccine, you got that in 2 years. I took it in March 2021. Unless it's my ghost speaking, still standing. And Mr. Speaker, those of us who hold positions of responsibility in public life, whether we be politicians, religious figures, or what, we have an obligation to speak truthfully to the constituents who listen to us. And we must not shout fire when there is no fire. And so, I appeal to my colleagues on this side, my colleagues on the other side, to civil society, to all responsible Grenadians. Yes, we can disagree, but let us try as best we can to stick to the truth and to stay away from scaremongering, hiding behind religion in many cases. Mr. Speaker, diaspora engagement. And I am sorry that my good friend from the town of St. George has vacated the premises, Mr. Speaker, because when I was listening to him this morning, he made some good points, as he always does. But some things he said made me remember a story I read as a little boy in primary school about a guy named Rip Van Winkle who fell asleep. And when he woke up a few years later, he could not recognize the world. Mr. Speaker, last year in this House, I spoke about the formation of GDAC, the Grenada Diaspora Advisory Council, which was launched in October 2022. It provides pro bono consultative services to all government ministries. GDAC has developed a proposal to introduce telemedicine services to be provided by Grenadian physicians resident in the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, the skills bank that the honorable member for the town of St. George advised us to put together, or advised us had already been put together. I have not seen it, I have not been advised of it. However, GDAC has the task of contacting and making itself available to all Grenadian professionals in every corner of the world so that they can register with GDAC, share their CVs, their areas of expertise and interest, and make it available to the people of Grenada, usually on a pro bono basis. GDAC has already conducted a gap assessment of community health centers across Grenada. They have established a long-term partnership for Grenada with the AFIA Foundation, which collects and donates medical equipment and supplies to countries around the world, and we have already started to benefit from that. So, Speaker, we have appointed a diaspora ambassador who will lead the development and implementation of our diaspora action plan. He has already begun to work. The Diaspora Affairs Division has been reconstituted and actively engaging the diaspora community in every corner of the globe. So, Speaker, trade and export development. Again, I repeat my thanks to P.S. Clark, to Acting Director, Mr. Ernie James, to the outgoing Director, Mr. Junior Mahon, and the other members of the Trade and Export Division. That division has pursued a proactive agenda focused on capacity building, incentivizing export promotion, and strengthening Grenada's trade policy and legal framework. So, Speaker, even as we debate this budget, the world is experiencing armed conflicts and heightened tension, now threatening to spill over into our region and creating uncertainty in the global trading system. This serves to emphasize that agreement on and implementation of our collective trade and economic policies assume even greater importance, Mr. Speaker, if we are to safeguard our interests in the global arena and achieve the goal of improving the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, this year we participated in the 4th World Trade Organization, WTO, Trade Policy Review in Geneva. It was the first time that Grenada had participated since 2014. In collaboration with the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, the GIDC, we've had stakeholder consultations on the WTO Investment Facilitation for Development Mechanism. In terms of regional negotiations, we continue to participate in OECS and CARICOM trade negotiations and consultations aimed at improving regional trade harmonization, with the ultimate goal being the full implementation of the CSMA. And I'm happy to see that my colleague from the town of St. George has awakened and returned. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working under the CARICOM umbrella to finalize a deal with Colombia that will encompass trade, tourism, culture, and historical conservation and restoration. We are hoping at the CARICOM level, at the quota level, to get this off the ground in the first half of next year. As part of the quota, that is Council on Trade and Economic Development, a significant breakthrough was made with Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Member for the Town, having started the process of amending its legislation so that Grenadian honey can enter the Trinidad and Tobago market. It has been a long journey. We did not start it, but we did not drop the baton, Honorable Member for the Town. And so far, the Trinidad Upper House has passed the legislation, and we are assured that passage in the Lower House soon to come. The next step, so far we have one honey producer who has been able to meet the sanitary and phytosanitary measures for entering the Trinidad and Tobago market. So it is up to us now at all levels, Ministry of Agriculture, Bureau of Standards, and all other interested stakeholders to ensure that more of our people can meet the requisite PSP standards. We continue to participate in the CARICOM Technical Working Group to review the Common External Tariff, or CET, and rules of origin so that regional manufacturing can become more competitive, and also to ensure consistency with other signed trade agreements such as the CARIFORUM EU and the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreements, or EPAs. At the OECS level, Mr. Speaker, we participate actively in the Free Circulation of Goods project, which means that goods coming into the OECS region will only be taxed once. That is at the first port of entry. So it will benefit consumers. So if something comes into St. Lucia and import duties are levied on it in St. Lucia, and then it then is transferred to St. Kitts, the people in St. Kitts no longer are burdened with additional duties. In terms of trade facilitation, a key focus of our trade policy is the creation of a more responsive and less bureaucratic environment with the use of technology to eliminate the bottlenecks which constrain business activity. To that end, the ministry is working to implement the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement facility, which will allow for an electronic single window for online approval for the clearance of goods. We hear quite a lot about the Ease of Doing Business Index. Once we can get this in place, it will do wonders for Ease of Doing Business ranking. The ministry is also working towards implementing an online trade information portal, which will include an online directory for manufacturers and agro-processors. In the area of trade and export promotion, Mr. Speaker, last Independence, February 2022, the Trade and Export Division hosted the Made in Grenada Expo, which promoted local manufacturers, local confectionaries, and so on. And also conducted a series of buy local events, the last of which ended just last night in Soteres, which coincided with the Kamahon Folk Festival. And let me digress a little bit to once again commend the Minister and Ministry for Culture for working with us, and Mr. Kenneth Mark from the Division of Culture in particular for bringing back the Kamahon Folk Festival to Soteres. Mr. Speaker, Grenada participated successfully in the recent 6th China International Import Trade Expo with the collaboration of the Chinese Embassy in St. George's and the Grenadian Embassy in Beijing. A number of our products gained exposure to a wide international market, and the feedback is very encouraging. Next year, as we go for 50, I know that currently P.S. Clark, Mr. James, and the rest of the team at the Trade Division, they are working assiduously to ensure that 2024 is bigger and better than ever regarding Made in Grenada Expo. We have also expressed interest in participating in the Japan International Trade Show in Osaka, Japan in 2025. A lot of preparatory work is already going into it, and I know that under the guidance of the Trade Division, Trade and Export Division, will be well represented at that expo. The ministry has also collaborated with Caribbean Export Development Agency, CEDA, the GIDC, relevant line ministries, and local financial institutions to train agro-processors and small and medium-sized enterprises to enable them to meet necessary export standards. We have approached the Commonwealth Secretariat for assistance in updating our national export strategy. The Grenada Bureau of Standards leads the development of our national quality infrastructure and plays a pivotal role in ensuring that our manufacturers and exporters meet international standards. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau became a subscriber member of the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. Also this year, the Bureau received 1.8 million EC in grant funding from the CARICOM Development Fund for updating existing labs, building new ones, providing equipment, building capacity, and expanding testing capabilities. Government, playing its part, also allocated in excess of 2.25 million EC dollars towards those projects. And for 2024, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau will expand its portfolio of testing and services. Mr. Speaker, before I leave, I must return to my constituency to thank some people. I've had tremendous support over the past 18 months. All of the things that I've spoken about would not be possible without the sterling contribution of these people. And it doesn't mean that they were the only ones. The manager of the MP office in Soteres, Ms. Sharelle Bernard, energetic, competent, eager to learn young woman. There is nothing that I can call upon her that she will not produce. As a matter of fact, she will send me a report and say, I have done ABC, XYZ, or I am proposing this. What do you think? Mr. Neil Ferguson, my personal assistant, who came on board within the last few months. Neil is all over the place. All over, not only working hard, but working well and working wisely. So, Speaker, I would like to single out another young man at the parliamentary office in Soteres, a young man named Husani Peterson. Those of you on the other side would know that he was appointed as the housing coordinator for St. Patrick West by the previous administration many years ago. And I've been around politics for a long time, so I know and know of people. And I've never heard anybody question the integrity of his work or the sincerity of the young man. So, I never promised him anything. Matter of fact, I don't think I even asked him for his vote. So I can't say he voted for me or he voted for the other side. But I was impressed by the reports I was getting from him. And I said to myself, if I ever get the opportunity to keep that young man or to assist him in any way, I would do it. And so, when the time came to choose or to replace housing coordinators, I decided I would stick with him. I got plenty licks. He got some licks too. Oh, you sell out, you this, you that. I said to him, stay calm, brother, and do your thing. And he's doing sterling work in the constituency, going in every nook and cranny. Before I call him and say, there's a problem there, he knows about it already. He called me to say, house fall down in Hermitage, and was on the scene as fast as he could get there. That is the kind of thing that we need in our country. So when we hear him talk about victimization and people getting sent home en masse, it seems as if Rip Van Winkle awake, but some people still asleep. Mr. Speaker, the state officers, my constituency, young woman, bright, good future ahead of her. I think her name is Charissa Noel. My constituency chair, Deldris Delola Board. Sometimes she steps on some toes, but she gets it done. And sometimes you need to have that attitude, otherwise you won't get it done. Big up Delo. The Assistant Housing Coordinator, Mr. Quincy John, doing a wonderful job too in support of Husani, and the leaders of the housing and what will soon be Wash Brigade, and the Lake Purcell and Keston Gilbert, all of them doing a fantastic job serving the people. And you, the good people of St. Patrick West, family, friends, supporters, critics, they are very important because sometimes they are on the ball. Sometimes they tell you things that those around you may be afraid to tell you. So, respect the critics. Sometimes they give you the opportunity to learn and to grow. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I still have some credit in the bank for next time. I will not call upon it now. I wish to thank you, all my colleagues here, the entire House, people in the audience, those of you viewing. And once again, I wish everyone a happy end of year and a prosperous and healthy 2024.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. Patrick West. And I now invite the Honorable MP for St. Andrew Southeast to do our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to make my contribution to the debate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2024. And like my colleagues and others who have gone before me, I wish to place on record, Mr. Speaker, my very best wishes to everyone within the sound of my voice. So those who are listening online, those who are in the House, on this side and on the other side,
Those who are visiting, Mr. Speaker, I extend best wishes for the holidays. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin this afternoon on the subject of transformation. So much has been said about transformation from last Monday to a couple minutes ago. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make this very important point, that transformation has not been taking place just over the last year and a half. And I say this way, Mr. Speaker, because I would not stand here this afternoon and say that the current government has done nothing in the last year and a half. We heard we've done nothing in 30 years. I would not reduce myself to this, Mr. Speaker. But what I would say on the subject of transformation is that when we speak about transformation, we are speaking about seriously impacting extreme and radical change, Mr. Speaker. That's what transformation is. And so we ought not to confuse everything that we do with transformation. And we use the word so loosely. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about the name change of a project, that's not transformation. That doesn't make the project transformational. When we make superficial changes, yes, I might be sleeping, to projects, that does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that is transformational. So when we paint stones and bridges, that's not transformation, Mr. Speaker. There's a definition for transformation. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I've been thinking and rethinking, even reimagining transformation over the past few days because I've heard it so many times. But you know, when I think of transformation, Mr. Speaker, my mind goes back to the rural electrification program. My mind goes back to connection of pipe-borne water to rural communities, the construction of a cruise ship terminus, the construction of the western and eastern main road, connection of high-speed internet to schools, Mr. Speaker, liberalization of the telecommunications sector, introduction of payment for government services online is not the first time, Mr. Speaker. Providing devices to students and principals and teachers during a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Introduction of e-books during a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. My mind keeps going back on transformation. Mr. Speaker, the construction of a cricket and athletic stadium, Mr. Speaker. Major initiatives in youth like the Imani program. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I listen to the beating up of the Imani program, Mr. Speaker, over and over and over again. But, Mr. Speaker, we identify the weaknesses. Every program would have that. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not identifying persons in the medical sector. We are not identifying principals, teachers, persons who rose to the rank in banks, in private institutions, Mr. Speaker. Ask them. Many of them came through the Imani program. Mr. Speaker, when I think of transformation, I think about thousands of scholarships to students from rural communities, changing their lives, changing the lives of their families, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I even think about the introduction of the bathroom and toilet program. Call it whatever you want, wash, whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, transformation. But you know what's significant? Mr. Speaker, all of those initiatives that I referenced, Mr. Speaker, they were implemented during the last 30 years under the leadership of the new National Party government, Mr. Speaker, and many of them, Mr. Speaker, if you research, you go back, you would realize that while some of these things were happening, Grenada experienced 2 major hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, Grenada experienced a recession, world recession, Mr. Speaker, and then a global pandemic. The performance of the new National Party government must be mentioned whenever the word transformation is mentioned, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will always doesn't matter where I am, I will always be grateful for the contribution of the NNP administration to the transformation of the socio-economic landscape of this country, Mr. Speaker. Over all these years, under the leadership of Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Claudius Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, whatever individual personal differences, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go down that road. But Mr. Speaker, don't go there. What I would say is that the contribution that this man has made to this country, Mr. Speaker, he ought to be respected for that. And I will forever respect him for his contribution to this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to debate either which Mitchell is better than which Mitchell. I'm not going there. Mr. Speaker, you could choose whichever Mitchell. But what I know, Mr. Speaker, not long ago, this Mitchell was a hero. But Mr. Speaker, today he is zero. And that is why I say, you know, time is longer than twine. Mr. Speaker, let us not get into those trivial debates. Mr. Speaker, time is always longer than twine. Oh yeah. So Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about education. In the last budget, we were told that the focus of the budget for education would be on resilient school infrastructure, curriculum reform, technological and vocational training, enhanced transformational just keeps coming up because it's repeated so many times. Trivially, Mr. Speaker, technological capacity and education financing. So, Speaker, that was supposed to be the focus of the 2023 budget for education. Mr. Speaker, having looked at the budget document, I'm convinced that very little focus in 2023 was placed on these areas. Let me start, Mr. Speaker, resilient school infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the budget committed rehabilitation of 5 schools: St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, J.W. Fletcher Secondary School, St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, Grenada Christian Academy, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, last year, as you realize, I said very little on education because I needed to give some space so that things can happen. But this is now 1.5 years, Mr. Speaker. All of those 5 schools, Mr. Speaker, were part of the GEEP project. And Mr. Speaker, this was funding from the CDB. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the CDB made a visit to Grenada and expressed under these projects. Mr. Speaker, 1.5 years later, these projects are way off schedule as it relates to the schedule that was established in 2022 before this new administration assumed office. Mr. Speaker, no construction took place under any of those 5 schools in 2022 or 2023. Let's use one example. Mr. Speaker, Grenada Christian Academy. And I heard the table knocks, and I remember somebody, as I said that, for the Grenada Christian Academy signing of the contract. Mr. Speaker, this school should have been under construction since 2022. And as I said before, internal changes were made to facilitate this. Mr. Speaker, the process of bidding, the process to have the bidding for that project would have started. Engaging occupants. So don't come and tell me, Mr. Speaker, we took 1.5 years to get the people off the land. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that this is not acceptable as it relates to the efforts that were made by the team working in collaboration with the CDB. Mr. Speaker, St. Andrews Anglican Primary was scheduled to start in 2022 as well. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, the biggest hurdle with that school was finding lands. It was such a difficult process. The bank came down, representatives of the bank came down, Mr. Speaker, and I was so elated when they approved the current site identified for this project. Mr. Speaker, the bank offered support to speedily move the process forward to get that school started. Mr. Speaker, construction was due to commence in 2023. Mr. Speaker, outside of GEEP, only $10 million was spent in 2023 on school rehabilitation and maintenance. Mr. Speaker, this amount was totally inadequate for the robust program of improving, maintaining, and expanding schools, particularly during the period 2020 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, 75 schools were rehabilitated during that period, and I'm not speaking about under the GEEP project. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising, and maybe I should add this, those 75 schools, most of them, Mr. Speaker, based on the program, it was a 3-year plan, based on the program, most of those work took place during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm not sure what excuse we can have now. But I want to go, Mr. Speaker, to the St. Giles Anglican Primary School. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, as a matter of fact, before the campaign for the last general elections, I remember explaining the structural problems when asked as it relates to why the St. Giles Anglican Primary School needed to move to the Holy Cross RC School. Mr. Speaker, a campaign was mounted against this plan. A campaign was mounted to ensure that parents and other stakeholders did not support the move of the school to Holy Cross. Mr. Speaker, I said time is longer than twine, so I live to see, Mr. Speaker, that after the last general elections, the school indeed was relocated from St. Giles, its home, to Holy Cross RC School. Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal because we made a commitment to the parents then that in moving the students to Holy Cross, we were going to support them with transportation. And we have a perfect example. I believe my colleague from St. Andrew Northwest would remember the Monlong situation. Mr. Speaker, until now, parents are awaiting the support and assistance with transportation as they take their children to Munich from Hope. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, another school, and as I said very little on those subjects last year. Mr. Speaker, on the 13th of October, the Anglican Primary School, Mr. Speaker, fire would have gutted one building. Mr. Speaker, another building was slightly damaged. And 2 other buildings comprising the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School at its current location, 2 other buildings remained not affected. Mr. Speaker, looking at the situation, I had a conversation with a few contractors, and every single one of them said to me, they cannot see why this repair and rebuilding process cannot take approximately 2 weeks. They said we can take night and make day, get the children back to school. Mr. Speaker, we are going on to 9 weeks now, Mr. Speaker, and nothing has changed about this situation. Mr. Speaker, I visited visited, and you know what's interesting? When the government visited, they showed the best photos. That's okay. Mr. Speaker, the photos of where the children are crammed in Progress Park, nobody showed those photos. The photos of where the children are in the football building, the clubhouse, Mr. Speaker. And when it gets hot in there, they have to come out on the bleachers, Mr. Speaker. I met a teacher sitting, she said, I can't take the heat in there. Nobody showed those photos. But we showed the photos, Mr. Speaker, of the craft center in Grenville and the Home Economics Center in Grenville. Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing. We have 2 weeks. If you want me to recommend a contractor, I could give you some names right now. Mr. Speaker, let us get the work started so that we can move the children back to their previous location for the reopening of school. I am pleading, I am begging. I don't know whose idea it was that this school should function in 3 different locations. Mr. Speaker, it's a strange idea. That's all I'll say about it. It's a strange idea. Very strange. Mr. Speaker, so while I say it's a strange idea, let me add, in case you're not sure what my thoughts are, that the school should be in its current location. Let us rebuild the building that was gutted. Let us repair the building that's been scorched, and let us move the students in. You know what a teacher said to me as I sat there? She said, the biggest challenge I have is sitting here on the bleacher and looking at 2 buildings. Absolutely nothing happened to them during the fire. She said, that's the biggest challenge for me, to look at the 2 big empty buildings there. Curriculum and education reform. Mr. Speaker, under this priority area, $500,000 was budgeted. $500,000. And the government said to us, this is a major priority area. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, only 5% of the $500,000 was spent. Mr. Speaker, the project that seems to be touted most as the major achievement under curriculum reform is that of the introduction of local history in our schools. Mr. Speaker, I want to clear 2 misconceptions as it relates to this. Because sometimes people can be made to believe that there are some things that never happened before, and there are some things that not only never happened before, Mr. Speaker. All right, I'll leave that. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 impressions given. One, and deliberately given. You could tell when somebody makes an error. You could tell when someone doesn't know. So I've listened to some persons speak on this subject, and you can tell they genuinely don't know. And you listen to some persons, Mr. Speaker, and you know it's just a deliberate attempt to mislead. So, Mr. Speaker, I listened, and it is said a history book was written for schools since this administration assumed office. Mr. Speaker, I listened again, Mr. Speaker, and I heard local history was never taught in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, let me just share some information for your enlightenment and for others. Local history was always taught in our schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the social studies program, accommodation was always made for history there. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, a policy decision was taken to separate and focus on local history, making it mandatory in our schools. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this policy position, Mrs. Dow was engaged. So Mrs. Dow didn't land after the last general election. I met with her personally. I met with her with the team, Mr. Speaker. So this was something in train long before the last general election. But to go further, Mr. Speaker, all of the legwork was literally done. Mr. Speaker, And that is why I'm saying, let us not give the impression that this is something, we just came up with this brilliant idea after the general election. That is what was said. And I'm just correcting that this is not the case. So in 2021, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Junior Braveboy, who was then a teacher at the PBC, he was sought after to give support to this process, and he engaged a number of history teachers. In 2022, because there's groundwork, there's legwork that has to be done for that transition to be made. In 2022, Mr. Braveboy was transferred to the Ministry of Education as the curriculum officer for history, and he was given the mandate to lead that process. I've never even heard his name mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the team didn't just talk about the book. The team reviewed, Mr. Speaker, the manuscript. Mr. Speaker, the team was involved in the process of vetting the content of the book. Now, all this happened before the last general elections, you know. It may not appear that way. But, Mr. Speaker, I said it in the last budget. I support this 100%. How could I be involved in the process of starting something and then say I don't support it? So I said last year, I totally support this. Let us get the books into the schools quickly. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, you check and tell me, Mr. Speaker, if the books has reached all of our schools as I speak. And that is the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker. It is quite okay to continue what we have started. Nothing is wrong with that. But I'm saying, do not give a perception, an impression that is not accurate. Mr. Speaker, the issue of TVET and skills training. And you know, transformation is not the only word. Introduction seems to be another word, a similar situation. So everything we are introducing. So I have heard for the first time we are introducing TVET skills training in our schools and communities. Mr. Speaker, when I went to primary school, there was the Woodwork Center, there was the Home Economics Center, which tells me that skills training in primary school is something that was there quite a long time ago. I am 48 in case you want to know. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, a policy decision was taken to expand that program in our schools and to improve on the arrangements of centralization. And I would advise the government, you know, sometimes there's wisdom in planning and structuring things in a particular way. Jumping to do everything without thoughts don't always work out. Some people believe in luck, but it doesn't always work out. So there's a centralized program. So there's a Woodwork Center, for example, in Grenville, and it serves schools around Grenville. There's a Home Economics Center in Grenville for years, many, many years. Has been servicing students around the area, the catchment area, as we say. Mr. Speaker, I would love to see a center in every school. Nothing is wrong with that. I would give table now. If we bring this year, 2024, a center in every primary school, I would be first. I would speak first. And I would support it. But Mr. Speaker, my humble advice is, let us upgrade and expand, as the plan was, the central catchment areas as we move to expand the program further. That would be my humble advice, no cost to that. Mr. Speaker, so we can, in the medium and long term, we can do additional things. So we started, in light of this plan, Mr. Speaker, to provide additional equipment, additional specialized teachers, to make sure that the plan progressed in a particular direction. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with expanding. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to secondary schools, you would think that it is the first time we're going to do skills training and TVET in secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, Some of our secondary schools are already, in case this is news and it's information, they are already doing CVQ, TVET subjects. And some of the areas, Mr. Speaker, furniture making, crop production, commercial food preparation, general construction, garment production, electrical and electronics technical drawing. Mr. Speaker, those are TVET, skills training, and those have been happening for a long time. What I would support, Mr. Speaker, let us expand it. Let us make sure every school have the equipment and the program to do more of that. Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, I also support community skills training, 100%. I heard mentions of certain initiatives, introduction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently, and I'm speaking now about 2022, 3 centers for excellence, that's the last set of that would have been established. 3 centers for excellence. And this would be another free advice that I would give, Mr. Speaker. We don't have to go building a center in every community. Because guess what? The cost to build a center is going to run us over $300,000. I say, put equipment. So the money you're going to use from the National Lottery Authority, free advice, let's use and get quality equipment. And what we can do is what we started. When we started to establish centers of excellence, Mr. Speaker, is to use our schools after school hours. So we invested additional resources in SAS, Westerhall Secondary School, and other schools, Mr. Speaker. And we said, and I feel very strongly about that, our school doors must not be closed. So when students have finished at 2:30, 3 o'clock, other people can come in and use the equipment, because I'll tell you what you're going to find out along the way. The cost of equipment is exorbitant, very expensive. And this money you have in the budget there, Mr. Speaker, I could guarantee you it will not be able to properly equip one center if we mean business, if we're serious. And that is why I say, forget who say it, and just consider upgrading and upscaling the existing labs. So we just built in PVC a wing that was over $5 million. Serious investments. Bishop's College, I'm sure, 12 million, 13 million. Mr. Speaker, that school in Grenada, SDA Comprehensive, I'm sure that was about $9 million, Mr. Speaker. I am saying we have made significant investment in buildings. So let us now use the resources to expand the programs that are already in some of these buildings so that people, everybody, Tutbagai, can benefit. And it just has to work. And people prefer that. Because they do their work during the day, they go to the center in the evening after 2 o'clock, after 3 o'clock. But Mr. Speaker, another example, because I'm sharing those not with the intention to boast of what this administration did, but since you refer to introduction, it tells me that if you think you are introducing it, means you don't know that it existed. So I'm saying to you, now that you know, you can now go back, look at it, see what you can do to improve it, and you can expand it at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, in St. Patrick, a skill center, which I believe can be a model, I'm not saying it's perfect, but we can improve on it, you can expand it, it's going to save you some monies. And that center, Mr. Speaker, was established to train persons and to employ them at the same time. Furniture making. Mr. Speaker, you go to the Ministry of Finance, you go to the Ministry of Education, you go around the government service, the prison and the police, and I'm sure you're going to find desks and chairs and other things that came from this center, Mr. Speaker, a model. Then, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Pearls, I don't know what's happening there. No, I don't pass this very often, Mr. Speaker. But you would find another center of excellence. Would not have been perfect, I'm sure. You tell me where you have a perfect program. I want to go right now. So, Mr. Speaker, when you go there, you find young people being trained and hired, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't know. You have to correct me. She said it's no longer in operation. But, Mr. Speaker, the concept, the idea was to establish centers of excellence around the island, not necessarily building a center in every place. So let us expand, let us improve, let us take advantage. And I'm only humbly suggesting that so you can save some money from the buildings that could go into making the program better. But, Mr. Speaker, the skills training thing went very far. Not just in the schools, not just in the communities, Mr. Speaker. Under the Imani program, Mr. Speaker, hundreds and hundreds of young people earn CVQ qualification, skills training again, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm at the Imani program, allow me to just slip in very quickly here, Mr. Speaker. The issue of Imanis and what they're paid and what they're not paid and how much they're going to eat. There are some things, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into but I want to make this point. Under the past administration, and I know I was not sleeping in cabinet, a decision of the cabinet was to regularize all of the Imani trainees in ministries, Mr. Speaker, starting with the Ministry of Health that had the largest number. But you don't have to laugh. The Honorable MP from my beautiful parish is right there. She can tell you. The Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, was begged over and over and over to submit the data and the names, and decision was taken. Some of them were regularized. Mr. Speaker, you asked Michelle Braffett in the Ministry of Education. She was assigned the officer responsible for collecting all the data of all the Imani teachers in schools. And if you go to DPA, Mr. Speaker, you're going to find the data there because they were just finished with the data. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that to say that at the end of the day, when you make certain comments, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're accurate, not because you say it means you're accurate. Not because you say it means you're accurate. But going back to skills training, Mr. Speaker, I heard that we are going to introduce, we're going to get into a partnership with NULO. Well, I prefer to hear the word continue and expand, Mr. Speaker, because guess what? The former administration, together with the SKY program, Mr. Speaker, about $1 million was invested in the program at NULO in recent times, 2022, to ensure that skills training was provided, particularly, let's look at who. And these were not the regular NULO students, Mr. Speaker. But we are talking about young men and women who wanted an opportunity. We speak about Hand Up, yes. Hand Up took place in the last administration, but they could not afford. So transportation was covered. It didn't matter which part of the island they came from, Mr. Speaker. Transportation, $1 million provided to support these people, Mr. Speaker, so they can get an opportunity. But on top of that, skills training, we're still talking skills training, Mr. Speaker. We increased the subvention for NULO from $50,000 to $75,000. And I say to the administration, let's expand, let's improve. Why not give them $150 now? Sister would love that. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore saying that a lot of work took place, a solid foundation, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to these initiatives. And all I'm saying is that you have my 100% support in expanding, but you are not introducing. It is so. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage that you continue to speak of your commitment to skills training, but I just want to encourage that you don't just speak it, but you demonstrate it. So when I look in the budget, Mr. Speaker, it speaks about a new name, National Innovation Skills and Enhancement Program. And I thought that's nice. Actually, the acronym is nice. I thought that was a nice name. The acronym is actually nice, right? Speaker, when I look at the allocation for 2023, it says $895,000. We're serious about skills training. It is a focus, it's a priority, and I love that. But let us demonstrate it. Oh, you now know that things are a process. You never knew that before. Welcome. Things can be a process, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, of the $895,000 budgeted, only $388,000 was spent on the NICE, a skills enhancement program. And I'm only saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying anything else, all I'm saying, let us expand them, let us improve them, let us ensure that more people are benefiting. But when we say the monies, let us spend the monies too. Let us not just quote figures and say it's the biggest budget in history. That doesn't add up. So I'll quickly move, Mr. Speaker, to free tuition. And there's a member of the other side, I don't know if it's deliberate, Mr. Speaker, there's a member on the other side who continue. I corrected it last year, and I noticed people keep saying free tuition. But there's a member on the other side who I believe now, I have reason to believe, is deliberately referring to this program as the free education program. Mr. Speaker, it says free tuition program. That's what it is. I heard the member for St. Patrick East said that we criticized this program. Mr. Speaker, if you go back, and I make no joke with these things, if you go back, you would find that I said I supported this. And if I support and I follow with some constructive criticism, nothing wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. It is intended to help to make the thing better and to improve for other people, right? Nothing is wrong with that. That nothing. Mr. Speaker, under the free tuition program, I want to just share a few observations, and I'll stick to my own constituency in case you don't want me to go there. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no objection to this program. Absolutely none. You have the money, you could give everybody. We've always said that. We didn't have it to give everybody. You have it to give everybody, no problem. We will talk about that. Mr. Speaker, so if you have enough money now to give everybody free tuition, no problem. Nothing. Mr. Speaker, what I would say is let us be a little more considerate now to the many students who have received free tuition but are still having trouble going to school. Because, Mr. Speaker, having free tuition and no transportation don't make a lot of sense. Mr. Speaker, well, I try to avoid responding, and please don't tempt me too much, because when you say that, and you talking about 2024, I am not talking about 2024. I'm talking about children who dropped out in 2023 because of this problem, Mr. Speaker. So don't tell me what's going to happen in 2024. Try not to disturb me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under our administration, we gave free tuition to students, but we did not just stop it at free tuition. Let me just make sure and make it clear, because I don't want anybody to say that I said what did not exist. We did not give to everybody. We could not afford to give to everybody. But we gave to those persons throughout the length and breadth of Grenada who applied and expressed an interest and were in need. But, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, we didn't say here is free tuition, that's it. Transportation support was provided, Mr. Speaker. Uniform support was provided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supported with exam fees. So you give the free tuition, and now after I would have benefited from the free tuition, I cannot now do the exam because I cannot pay for the exam. So all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is this. This is great, free tuition. But it does not benefit many people that I represent, because even when they receive it, they are still unable to assist their children to go to school. So I am not going to say cut it, you know. I'm not going to say cut it and take from the people who could afford. I'm going to say based on your reports, you can now add on transportation, you can now add on meals allowance, you can now add on assistance to pay for examinations, based on your glowing reports. Mr. Speaker, all I would add to that, even if it means taking $2 million from the 14 million for independence, even if it means taking something from the 213% increase in CBI revenue, Mr. Speaker, whatever it takes, Mr. Speaker, let us do something for these children more. But you know, that's not the only point that's significant. Because a student who is going to New Law at MCC, who has transportation, let us imagine, they have tuition, they have transportation, they have meal. Mr. Speaker, do you know that in addition to the tuition at TAMCC and New Law, there are other fees, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, some of those can go as high as 1,000 plus. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, there are some students who right now are unable to attend to those institutions because they can only access tuition. Mr. Speaker, I know of a time when tuition was provided, but we also paid for the toolkit. We also paid for the other things where people were not able to access it, but it was necessary to attend school. Moving to school feeding. Mr. Speaker, if you know me well, you know I'm going to say this is great. Remove the school feeding fees. And one person said, well, it's just $1. I agree with him, it's just $1, but some people don't have $1. Yeah, I know that's why you remove it. Mr. Speaker, what we don't seem to understand is that principals and teachers in Grenada do have a heart. So, Mr. Speaker, since this program started, a child who could not afford, don't have the money, they ate meals at school. This is not new. Mr. Speaker, there are children who have never paid for school feeding, and they eat every day in school. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying all of that. Okay, let's go one step further. And he says, let's remove the embarrassment. Okay, fine. Let us remove the embarrassment. Let us remove the embarrassment. So now they're not paying. And as I said, make sure you get me right. I've said it. I totally support. No payment. You could afford no payment. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not a real issue, you know. I'm really not concerned, quite honestly, about the children paying $1. I'm really not concerned about that. You know why? As I've said before, it's a policy decision that the children who don't have, and they're hungry, they don't have anything to eat, they were fed. But you know what concerns me, Mr. Speaker? You speak to principals, speak to teachers, and they will tell you this is the worst they have experienced of this program in the last year. Mr. Speaker, and this is not a story I'm making up, you can verify it if you wish. Mr. Speaker, we thought when somebody did a live saying that they were having porridge for lunch, you thought that was a joke. That was not funny. Mr. Speaker, if we research, we would find at least 2 schools that I know of in Grenada. The porridge was in Carriacou, I think I heard. In Grenada, where students were served bread and hot dog for 3 days, Mr. Speaker. 3 days. And you think it's because the children love bread and hot dog? No. And that is why I'm saying removing the dollar is not the issue. Because even when they're paying the dollar, Mr. Speaker, we have a big problem. Because schools are not receiving supplies for the school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, in 1 or 2 schools that I've spoken to, principals had to actually pay when the truck came from their pocket so that the children can eat. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely concerned. As I said, removing the dollar is fanfare, in my opinion. Let us do it, but it's fanfare compared to the current situation on the ground with this program. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, and the current Minister of Education was part of that process, the process started to develop an operational manual for this program. I wish to strongly recommend, Mr. Speaker, that this be completed if it was not completed, and that it be used. Regularization of teachers. And as I said last year, I hardly spoke on education, and deliberately so. Mr. Speaker, between 2021 and 2022, a very detailed process started to regularize another batch of teachers. The intention was to regularize all teachers in the system. And this was following 2019, when 200 teachers were regularized in the service. 200 teachers. Mr. Speaker, all the data was collected by the Ministry of Education for the second and third batch, which would have completed the process of all those who were eligible for regularization. Mr. Speaker, this data was in the process of being verified by DPA, and a lot of work, Mr. Speaker, took place in regards to this initiative. Mr. Speaker, I'm really saddened to learn that this project or this process did not move much further than where it was in 2022. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, by now, all of those 200 teachers should have been regularized. And let me make the point also that this process of regularization is very different to the regularization of persons in the public service in other sectors. That point must be made. But there's another point, Mr. Speaker. Because when we go to regularize these people, we ought not to be regularizing them from 2023 or 2024. Because I notice there's a new trend. Mr. Speaker, let us make sure that these persons receive all of their benefits by regularizing them from the date that they were supposed to be regularized. Mr. Speaker, I want to move now to social development and a few areas that were mentioned. And I want to start with the housing program. And I'll actually start with Stony Gut. So, Mr. Minister, I'm saying very little today about Chinese low-income housing. I think you know exactly my views on this. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the government said Stony Gut project will start. It is a climate resilient housing development pilot project which aims to construct modern, high quality, climate resistant Grenadian style homes in Stony Gut in the parish of St. George. Construction is expected to start in 2023 and $2.5 million was budgeted. Mr. Speaker, the drawings were done. Everything was in place, Mr. Speaker, to get this project started. 2022. 2022. Mr. Speaker, in December of 2023, the explanation is we couldn't start because some of the lands were given up. Mr. Speaker, I say go do some homework because the land you're talking about is not the same land that was allocated for the construction Speaker, if it was not, okay, so let me say this.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to continue?
Yes, I was just saying this.
Thank you. All right, I don't want to go to Stony Gut. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is, Mr. Speaker, this administration, I'm sure, if there is some issue with lands, we have mobilization, we have implementation, we have all kinds of things. We can fix the land problem and start the project for the people. Mr. Speaker, that's all I'm saying. So if there's an issue regarding the land, let's fix the problem. Let us not take a decision that they're not going to get the project because there's an issue with the land. So, Mr. Speaker, if every project has an issue with land, are we going to decide not to do it anymore? Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that explanation, and I am saying humbly so, that cannot be, because I'm sure the lands you're referring to do not have concrete buildings on them. And if we don't have concrete buildings on the land, I am saying, you're accustomed taking back land. Mr. Speaker, she said, should we take back the land? Mr. Speaker, this administration knows best how to take back land. So I am saying if you have to take it back, put them somewhere else and let us build the facility. There's enough land. How much acres? We must find land for them somewhere else. The only difference I'll advise you, when you take it back, don't leave them in the rain. Find adequate accommodation for them somewhere else. I say leave me alone when I'm talking. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly move to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I think I might be the only person who started speaking about the constituency last. I honestly didn't want to start on what, for me, is a very depressing note. But I start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I continue to feel extremely honored to represent the people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the last year and a half has been very difficult. Very difficult. Very difficult. Next year, easier. Okay. You told us that last year. And that's why I don't have any hope, Mr. Speaker, that is going to be better. Mr. Speaker, and that's the thing, Mr. Speaker. They say it's going to get better next year. They told us that last year. But not only that, they told us that things are better. They didn't just tell us things will get better. They said things are better. Mr. Speaker, the glowing report of this administration, unemployment gone down, economy growing, CBI increase in revenue by 213%. Mr. Speaker, something has to be fundamentally wrong somewhere, because nowhere in Grenada the voices of the people are reflecting what this government is saying. Mr. Speaker, we heard that this is the largest budget and that people are going to be happy everywhere. Mr. Speaker, every place I go is the same complaint, Mr. Speaker. People have been losing their jobs. The level of victimization, Mr. Speaker, is real. Whether you want to say it's real or not, it doesn't change the fact that it's real. Mr. Speaker, senior citizens, Mr. Speaker, have been seriously affected by the cuts in the income they receive from government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all right. So the issue of temporary, Mr. Speaker, I didn't plan to raise it, but because you raised it, let me just address this, because I'm a little bit confused, and I just want to make reference to this, and this is my own conviction of what this situation is. The Minister for Finance last year made these comments. In light of the increased cost of living expenses, in this regard, the following social protection initiative, part of government strategy to help cushion the effects of the pandemic on the most vulnerable. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, a maximum increase of $150 per household for beneficiaries of the SEED program will be in effect from January. This additional benefits exclude those added temporarily. Your word. And I said I had no intention of using this, but since you are convinced that this was a temporary measure, let me just explain this. Those added temporarily as part of the stimulus package. So he said this additional benefit excludes. This was the Minister for Finance. So anything I say, Mr. Speaker, was not worth it. This is what the Minister for Finance, where the money is managed, was saying. But Mr. Speaker, as I said, I had no intention of using this, but let me just help my brother on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Social Services at the time, my honorable colleague on the other side, she went on to support the Minister for Finance. And she said, Mr. Speaker, we also will be expanding the amount per household so that the house can get up to $150 more than what they were getting last year. We recall, Mr. Speaker, that the maximum a household would get would be $500. Now a household can reach up to $650, and the elderly homes will see increase in what they are given. We are the only government, well at that time she was talking about the New National Party government, right? She's still correct here. Mr. Speaker, we are the only government, Mr. Speaker, those were her words, that deliver on our promises. We're not telling you, vote us, and when we get into government, we'll give you 400, and instead, when you get into government, hundreds of elderly citizens are being thrown out of the program. Mr. Speaker, this to me confirms an agreement with what the Minister for Finance said. And so, Mr. Speaker, in responding to the comment thrown by the member, as I said, I had no intention of reading this, that this was not a temporary initiative. But you know what I'm convinced about, Mr. Speaker? Temporary or permanent. The NNP administration that I am a part of, was a part of as the administration then, would never, Mr. Speaker, remove $150 from the income of elderly, poor women and men in communities. I'm convinced about that without a doubt, Mr. Speaker. And that is my honest opinion. Mr. Speaker, call it what you wish. Mr. Speaker, when I look through the constituency that I represent, elderly people continue to have challenges getting basic medication, particularly because of that cut they receive. People who never sought help, Mr. Speaker, in 20 years are embarrassed to ask for help. And they tell you that, Mr. Speaker, I never depended on government, I never needed no help, but the current state of things in the economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm still speaking about my constituency. People are denied a basic debushing work, Mr. Speaker, because of their political affiliation. But more so, Mr. Speaker, persons who are approved for housing support, bathroom and toilet support, Mr. Speaker, even when communication from the ministry went to the hardware to issue the material to them, somebody call and say, no, don't give them. Mr. Speaker, this is real. This is real, Mr. Speaker. And we can bloat and we can boast and we can say anything we wish to say about the economy. It does not change what the ordinary man is saying on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, market vendors from the constituency crying on this Saturday. I met one after 5, almost 6 in St. George's. Can't leave all this stuff on the van. Mr. Speaker, speak to the fishermen. So you don't have to speak to me. You don't have to decide whether what I say is true or false. Speak to the fishermen, Mr. Speaker. People would tell you that they used to sell 300 pounds of fish per day. They're fighting to sell 50 pounds. Mr. Speaker, speak to them. And when you speak to them, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP, this is your second bell.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, can I have 5 more minutes to wrap up?
Granted.
Did you say 20?
I said granted.
No, honestly, I didn't. I thought I must be blessed, but Mr. Speaker, I understand. So, Mr. Speaker, when you speak to these fishermen, they're not only complaining about the amount of fish that's selling. Mr. Speaker, they're talking also about duty-free concession that they used to get. Now, that is a major challenge. I beg that it be looked into. Mr. Speaker, they also okay. Mr. Speaker, rebates. Mr. Speaker, they're begging. I can give you references as soon as we finish. I won't call their names publicly, but I can give you names. And just check them. When they go with the duty-free letter to obtain duty-free concession, what are they told? Mr. Speaker, I am saying they have a letter from the government. Mr. Speaker, businessmen and women, they are telling you this is the worst time they have ever experienced. Speak to boys on the blocks. Everywhere that you go, Mr. Speaker, people are saying things are the worst they have been. Mr. Speaker, Titiri come up. Mr. Speaker, even Titiri can sell. You ever see Titiri stay back? 10 o'clock last night, Mr. Speaker, passing Titiri. Mr. Speaker, these are signs. And we're supposed to be paying attention to the signs, Mr. Speaker. There is a problem. And what the IMF say is not necessarily the final gospel. We have to listen to the people when they talk. So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude this evening, having listened to the administration present this year. The language is changing a little bit, transformation in the language. Compared to last year, we are hearing now everything takes time. We need at least 10 years. Bear with us. Our salary was too small, so we couldn't do as much. We heard, Mr. Speaker, right here. Mr. Speaker, we heard it. Mr. Speaker, we heard that things were messy, so we had to spend a lot of time cleaning up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that this administration, well, if you go back, you would find it was actually said, we met a mess. Mr. Speaker, this administration, I believe, should be counting its blessing for what they met. Because when I look at what we met in 2013, and I'm not going to repeat what the presenter said, that they met a mess in 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is what we met. You decide if it was a mess. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a country in recession with a monthly deficit of $15 million. This administration, Mr. Speaker, met a surplus, an overall balance and contingencies in excess of $500 million. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, we inherited a situation when 70 cents of every dollar was being used to pay salaries and pension. Mr. Speaker, this administration met a situation where only 45 cents was being spent on salary and pension. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, we inherited a financing gap of $192 million. Well, of course, we must have cleaned up the mess, Mr. Speaker, that this administration came and there was no financial gap. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a situation where debt to GDP was 110%. We cleaned that up too, Mr. Speaker, so that when they came, the debt to GDP was only 69%. Mr. Speaker, the current account deficit was 27.1% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, that was cleaned up too, so they inherited a surplus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we inherited, Mr. Speaker, a situation where back pay to public officers and pensioners was $40 million, Guess what, Mr. Speaker? That's what we met, but we didn't complain. We cleaned it up. We paid it, Mr. Speaker. And guess what? On top of that, in the same year, we paid another $40 million in salary increases to public officers. Mr. Speaker, not 1 cent then was paid in the 5 years to public officers. Mr. Speaker, every year since then, as I close, $78 million was paid in salary increases. So this administration came, count your blessing, not $1 in outstanding payments to public officers. We carry a pension load of $76 million per year, Mr. Speaker, and I close by saying...
Honorable MP, once your additional time is expired, there should be no further debating. I would only allow time if you want to give thank you compliments.
Yes, and that's what I'll do, Mr. Speaker. Very obedient, that's me. So, Mr. Speaker, recognizing the pension load we carry, I want to say a special thank you to my colleagues. I want to say a special thank you to the people of St. Andrews Southeast for your consistent support, Mr. Speaker. My husband, my children, the rest of my family, the staff at the constituency office, Mr. Speaker, family and friends. But, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, I thank God for His goodness, His grace, His mercies. Thank you.
Thank you to Honorable MP for St. Andrews Southeast. And now I invite the Minister of Finance, MP for St. Patrick East, to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to begin my contribution to the debate by reiterating my thanks and appreciation to my constituents of St. Patrick East for giving me the opportunity to represent and serve them in this honorable house. I value their support and will never take their trust and confidence for granted. We have begun the journey of transformation of the constituency of St. Patrick East, and together we will work steadfastly to achieve the goals and objectives of a better life for the residents of Hermitage, Belmont, Pointsville, Roselle, Latas, Riverside, from Plains, Montreach, Snellall, Montfendu, Cedars, Roselle, Maho, Sauters, La Fortune, Livera, and Madaise. If I miss any village, do not feel left out. Before I delve into the meat of my contribution, allow me to also thank my colleagues in this honorable house who have supported this motion and who have congratulated me on the presentation of this motion. Mr. Speaker, like the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, I wish to ignore the silly and childish rants from the leader of the opposition in what is considered to be a rebuttal of my presentation. Whereas he should basically be debating the budget speech, he chose to attack my personality. And I think that is so sad. He continues to expose himself to history rebook and to further damage what is left of his fading legacy. Mr. Speaker, silence is fitting response to what many has described as comic relief. Permit me to also thank one more, the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Mike Sylvester, and his team at the Ministry of Finance, them here, for the support and assuming this important role. Their sacrifice and dedication have made my work light. So far, they have supported me in managing the public finance with distinction. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to turn to some of the developments and achievements in my constituency of St. Patrick East. First, let me acknowledge the staff of the constituency office who ably assist me in addressing matters in various committees in the constituency. And here I must single out my personal assistant, Ms. Lorraine Salim, also Ms. Mitzi Garrett, who is the Community Development Officer in my constituency. They both have worked extremely well in making sure what I would actually announce later on has been possible. Mr. Speaker, as you would understand, as a Minister of Government, specifically the Minister of Finance, I cannot be present in the constituency every day or every hour of the day. And so the staff of the constituency office are most times my representative on the ground who interact with community members each day. I am therefore grateful for the hard work and dedication and for ensuring that matters are properly attended in my absence. Mr. Speaker, in context of the 2023 budget, we accomplished quite a number of important milestones and objectives together. In the area of community development, we have undertaken the refurbishment of 2 community centers in the constituency this year. Mr. Speaker, as you are quite aware, community centers are essential spaces in any village as they encourage learning and socializing among members. The Montridge Community Center was refurbished and work is ongoing. The facilities will be completed and reopened early in the new year. The Hermitage Community Center refurbishment is 99% complete, and we are just waiting on the replacement of some fixtures in the washroom to officially open the facility. Again, my colleague, Honorable Joseph Andel, would have mentioned that we are also waiting for some computers to be placed in that facility so that we can open it to the public sooner than later. The bus shed near the Hamilton Government School is scheduled for repairs. The proposal and funding are approved, and the work will start in 2024. In my village of Rivasali, electrical and plumbing repairs in the community center has been completed. In terms of road rehabilitation works, in the village of Montrose, the Amber by Road project is ongoing. The slipper drains are completed and the road has been graded and paving will commence thereafter. The road from Montrose to Hermitage, that's to Callaloo, was also graded and binded, applied, making it more durable. This upgrade enhanced the extensive road network on the island and is a beneficial link between the 2 communities. In the community of Rose Hill, work has commenced on the slipper drain and the pavement to improve drainage and road infrastructure in that area. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard people talking about the worst piece of road in St. Patrick was that road around the community center that takes you into Battery. And when we started that road, you would still find people in the village who remove the police no entry sign and drive on the work that we were doing. How sad these things are. Now, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. But people have to understand that when you make an effort to basically fix something that was broken for many years, please help us to get it done without these problems. In the village of Latas, the by road concrete pavement project has commenced. In Rivasali, material has been delivered to and works have commenced on the Sulphur Spring wooden pedestrian crossing, making it safer for pedestrians. Mr. Speaker, the Sulphur Spring is one of the many attraction sites for locals and tourists alike, and we will continue to develop this important landmark. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that the Rivasali Sulphur Spring is on disputed lands. It has been so forever. And although some persons in the community would have gone there and tried to improve what is there, the lands are not owned by those persons. I have met in recent time with the owners of the land of the Shambo area, although they have outstanding tax to the government of Grenada. But they have approached me, willing to sort out that matter. So I put them onto the Ministry of Agriculture, and I do hope at some point in time the ownership of the land will be restored, the tax will be paid, or whatever arrangement they have to make with government to ensure that that land dispute is resolved. I will talk a little bit more later on some of the things that are happening on that Shambo lands. Work is also ongoing on a back road in Rivasali called Baghdad. In fact, this road was completed sometime last week. I actually toured the area and I realized the road is now completed. Mr. Speaker, our constituency continues to excel in sports. Thanks to the foundation laid by the Honorable Spaceman Mitchell, Adrian Spaceman Mitchell, former MP and stalwart for this constituency. I wish to again express condolence to his family on his passing. His memory and contribution to building this parish will be forever etched in our hands. Mr. Speaker, while I was a secondary school student, I lived in the Rosali area. There were no roads to go anywhere. I would dress in the morning with one shoe and end up on the bus stand with another shoe because there was just too much mud in the area. So I never forget the effort of Honorable Adrian Spaceman Mitchell, who have made some major transformation in that village. And so that I will continue to support him. We are building on solid foundation. Mr. Speaker, at the Rivasali playing field, several upgrades have been undertaken, including the installation of railings to make the facility safer, and ramps which enable wheelchair access to the bleachers. In Rivasali again, the playing field has once again been lit after several months. At some point in time, the lights in the Rivasali playing field went dark. We have actually visited the site and realized that the wires that were used to basically get that playing field lighted was a very poor quality and the work was very poorly done. We engaged the Ministry of Sports, and I can now boast that this playing field has quality wiring and the lights are there to support the activities of the community. Workers started on cleaning up the pond and packing of stones at Bushery Beach, that's in St. Patrick. I would like to also take the opportunity to commend the CDC for a major cleanup on that beach. There again, Mr. Speaker, the elderly folks use that beach as an area where they go and recreate and bathe on a Sunday. We had to do some work there to make sure that it's safe, so that when they go into the water, they will wash away with the waves and so on. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the CDC for helping us to restore that area. Mr. Speaker, to support the agriculture section of this constituency, we undertook the following. We met with the farmers of Shambo in St. Patrick's, and we are working closely with the Rural Development Unit to restore the irrigation project and include the installation of pumps, the greenhouse, and the damming of the river and pond to improve water supply. Mr. Speaker, I recall having met with several persons in the village. There are over 200 farmers in the Roselle Shambo area that work the land. Unfortunately, they do not have ownership of the land. And we have tried our best to at least give them an opportunity to make a living in that area. And again, I believe once we resolve the problem with the owners of the land and what needs to be done there, we'll be able to give those people some kind of relief. But again, the land doesn't belong to you. I cannot promise you ownership except we settle the owner of the land with some kind of compensation before we can basically talk about distributing lands. Mr. Speaker, providing social safety networks for the less unfortunate in our community is of paramount importance to me. Through the recertification process, we now have 425 persons enrolled on the seed program in St. Patrick, and several other applications are waiting approval and appeals. It is significant to note that while we are happy to have these families enrolled in the program, our objective is to see a decrease over time in the amount of individuals needing seed support. This government is committed to equipping citizens, including those in St. Patrick East, with the tools, knowledge, and skills and opportunities to eventually graduate from these social programs and earn a decent living. In the area of housing assistance, under the housing program in St. Patrick East, we have done the following. 9 new houses were built in the constituency. 37 houses were repaired. 8 bathrooms and toilets were also built. Several other applications are currently being assessed, and more projects will be undertaken in 2024. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we provide materials such as sand, gravel, and blocks to enable several families to repair their homes. Other areas of assistance. Mr. Speaker, a contribution was made to the Rivasali Government School for their 75th anniversary celebration. Again, this is my alma mater, and I'm very proud to be part of the Rivasali Government School, and will continue to provide them with assistance once I'm able to do so. A contribution was made to the Western Division of the Police Force for the fun day activity held at Playing Field on Thanksgiving Day. There again, we were approached, and we made available whatever we could to make sure that that activity came out, to at least bring the community together and to ensure that we can have a harmonious relation between the people and the police. I would also say that sometime in the past, there were 2 killings in the parish of St. Patrick's, and there were 2 war infractions in the community. Roselle versus Riverside. We also engaged the churches, the leadership of the parish and so on, myself and the warring parties to come together, and we're able to resolve this problem. Today I'm happy to say that there are collaboration between the Roselle community as well as the Riverside community. And we do hope with activities such as these, we were able to at least bring forward those activities to the general public. Mr. Speaker, as a rural parish, St. Patrick has many needs. My colleague MP from St. Patrick West and I will continue to work with the people of St. Patrick to create economic activity to support jobs and income. In this context, Mr. Speaker, I am extremely pleased that the construction work at the National Resort in Liver is picking up steadily. This will create significant construction jobs in the next couple of years for constituents in the surrounding areas. When this project becomes operational, it has the potential to contribute significantly to the revitalization of the rural parish of St. Patrick and as far as St. John's and St. Andrews. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work collaboratively with the constituents to implement critical projects in the constituency and to truly reform St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, I would like to elaborate on some of the points raised in my presentation. Mr. Speaker, inflation is a general increase in the price of goods and services in an economy. The Central Statistics Department office has been publishing the inflation data for years. This is the same source that the former administration has used. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, we hear talks of hyperinflation, which refers to extremely high and accelerating price of goods and services in the country. At no time in the recent Grenadian history has our nation experienced hyperinflation. Mr. Speaker, these comments are coming from individuals who have held office of the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for many years in this country. The highest jump in fuel inflation in the last 20 years was in October of 2005, under the watch of the current opposition at 7.5%. Where is the hyperinflation? I would like to ask them that. Mr. Speaker, is it that they don't have a clue, or is it they trying to deceive or delude the unsuspecting individuals in our society? Mr. Speaker, cost of living measures implemented by the government restrain inflation and could have been significantly higher. The reduction of petrol tax reduced the price of fuel, which would have been $3.50 per gallon higher this year. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance was able to complete a VAT audit of 8 to 19 basic food and other necessities on the VAT and removed. Essentially, we looked at the price build-up structure of these items before the implementation of measures and after implementation of this measure. Our analysis has revealed that 6 out of the 8 items, including adult diapers, baby diapers, toilet papers, toothpaste, and bathing soap, showed price decrease ranging from 8 to 17%. Mr. Speaker, there were increases in price of sanitary napkins, laundry soaps, because of this increase in CIF value or imported price, which meant, Mr. Speaker, that without the VAT removal, the price of those products would be very much higher. IMF staff visit November 15 to 17, 2023. The IMF staff are generally not as in-depth and involved as the Article 4 mission. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we met with various government ministries, state enterprise and private sector during the 3-day visit in November. The list of participants in this visit include the Department of Personal Assistance Administration, Ministry of Finance, Macro Policy Unit, Debt Unit, IRD, Customs, Accountant General Department, the Infrastructure Department, the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Economic Development Ministry, Ministry of Social Development, Central Statistics Office, Pension Reform Committee, NIS, GTA, CBI Unit, and GAFIN. In the private sector, they met with the Bankers Association. Mr. Speaker, in this IMF, it's the same IMF that the former administration lauded during their time in office. This is so hypocritical. The next Article 4 mission is scheduled for next May 2024. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the economy and public finance will continue to perform well. I can only imagine the spin when we continue to manage the local economy with distinction. Pension reform. Mr. Speaker, we have made it clear that the current pension regime is unsustainable if allowed to continue in the present form. Therefore, pension reform is a must. That said, let me reiterate. The pension reform will not affect the benefits of those who are currently qualified under the 1958 pension regime. The pension reform will treat with government workers who are currently do not have a pension. For example, workers on contract off and other forms of contract, including managed, who will be regularized. I make this absolutely clear. We have taken a collaborative approach and consultative approach to pension reform. We have heard that we did not include the representative of the workers' union. At the inception of the Pension Reform Committee, an invitation was extended to the Trade Union Council to be part of the committee. Several attempts were made by the committee to have a representative from the TUC on the committee. The requests remain unanswered. Only last month, after the consultative process began, did the Trade Union Council express an interest in taking up its seat on the committee. The TUC was not left out of the discussions on pension reform, but they opted out by their failure to respond to the invitation which was made on several occasions. We will all have to tune in to the debate to hear from the Labour representative in the Senate the reason for that. Contingency fund or rainy day fund. Mr. Speaker, the law and the records of monies at the ECC being a special fund that can only be touched under special condition is testament of our commitment to build a rainy day fund to protect our future of our country. In less than 1 year, we have deposited 19 million compared to zero since 2023. We speak of real numbers, not spin and mamagism. Implementation rate. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the administration has significantly increased the implementation rate of projects and unlocking resources for these projects. You heard the Minister for Implementation talked at length on this particular matter. Mr. Speaker, we heard in Parliament that this increased wage target by 44%. Let me repeat that again and make it clear. Mr. Speaker, we heard in Parliament that this administration increased the wage bill by 44%, from 9% to 13%. How deceitful is that, Mr. Speaker? You take 2% and you basically went on your own and created another percentage. I don't know what kind of math is that. Maybe that's Kiki Matisham. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, we heard in this Parliament those kind of nonsense, which makes me believe that despite your touting of being a statistician, a mathematician, and so on, that's a new math you have created. Mr. Speaker, if we were to use the same kind of math in the case of Fort George Rehabilitation Project, we would have increased the implementation rate of this project by 2,900%. But our goal is not to delude or deceive the citizens of this country, but to transform this country and make it better. I want to underscore, Mr. Speaker, our sound management of the Grenada economy for the avoidance of doubt to the citizen. Mr. Speaker, we saved £16.4 million sterling after the total of £22 million that was lost under the former administration under this Caribbean Infrastructure and Partnership Facility, UKC, for the South St. George Water and Sewage Expansion Project and the Western Marine Road Corridor due to poor implementation. Mr. Speaker, we have letters on our files from the British authorities clearly stating that the main reason for the uncertainty and eventual loss of the funds was due to poor implementation by the former administration. Mr. Speaker, this is hard evidence, not wild, unsubstantiated comments to deceive. Mr. Speaker, we will make this evidence publicly available to the public at an appropriate time. So let not continue to deceive the people. We'll let them know in due course. The contracting of $100 million from the Saudi Development Fund for the Climate Smart Infrastructure Project. The other side is trying to throw cold water on the significant achievement. Again, this loan is highly concessional. A 1.5% interest, 7 years grace period, 25 years repayment, and so far, through the prudent approach, we have been able to secure the most favorable terms and conditions in the region. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we are able to negotiate inclusion of a hurricane and pandemic clause in the agreement. In other words, Grenada has the benefit of suspending payments for a reasonable period of time to allow the economy to recover in the event of disruption from a natural disaster, pandemic, without the loan going to default. Mr. Speaker, this is not like the 100 million international bond issued in 2002, whereby the previous administration had an interest rate of 9.75% for recurrent purposes, not capital purposes. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that close to 100% of the $2 billion debt on our books today were contracted under the former administration. There are situations where government ministers, not the Minister of Finance, went out and borrowed on behalf of the state without cabinet or parliamentary approval. The public servants only found out when the creditors started demanding their repayment. Mr. Speaker, prior administration has, a long time ago, lost the moral authority, credibility, and respect to talk about debt and borrowing in this country, given the poor record of debt management. This administration successfully negotiated $30 million in budgetary support from the World Bank in July of this year, with 0 interest, 10 years grace period, and 40 years to repay, based on satisfactory completion of a suite of structural reform. Mr. Speaker, this concessional facility was given based on our record of solid economic management. Instead, Mr. Speaker, they were told that if they voted this particular government, the NDC, the international community would stop giving concessional loans and grants to Grenada. How shameful is that? Mr. Speaker, I want to say a little bit more about the finances of this country. I want to underscore that our fiscal strategy is one that seeks to facilitate the implementation of our transformative agenda while ensuring fiscal and debt sustainability. A key element of this building buffer for rainy days. So while recognizing that there are risks on the horizon, we are actively preparing to deal with various risks should they materialize. In other words, we are confident that the finances will remain stable for the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, I want to basically try to correct a number of issues that were raised in this parliament and maybe also on the street outside there regarding a number of issues. I'll start with the first one. It has been touted here over and over and over that when this administration came into office, we took $2,000 increase in our salary. I wish to debunk that nonsense for once and for all. We did not receive an increase in salary of $2,000. We received $2,000 in travel allowance to allow ministers to go about doing the work in the constituency and so on. We did not opt to take the option of going to the fire station, the gas station, to fill up our many vehicles and friends' vehicles and our concubines' vehicles as the time go on and so on. And Mr. Speaker, I have no remorse for saying what I've said. This is what is to go on, and I will not have been part and parcel of such a situation. Mr. Speaker, you have heard me present the budget speech here on Monday of last. And in that budget speech, I did not mention anything about a bonus to public servants, and it was deliberate because at the time I was doing the budget speech, I did not have the consent from the entire cabinet to go ahead and announce this. In fact, we only announced the decision after we had met in cabinet the following day. And therefore, to tout outside in the public that the budget presentation was solely poorly done, that we have to appease the population by giving them that 25% bonus on the salary. I say that this is foolishness. And people out there should also believe that. We are a credible bunch of persons on this side of the house. If we said that we have to go to cabinet to get cabinet approval for this, it means we had to do that. We don't go to cabinet willy-nilly. We don't take decision and come back and tell our colleagues that we did this, as was done in the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, I also want to go out there and make an appeal to our community. We ask our public servants and other persons in the society to up their game regarding productivity in our country. And you know what they did? They lambasted the Minister of Finance. And they attacked him personally, that he goes to blast every day and son. So he does not do work and son, so he's not a good messenger for this matter. Let me explain to these people. That blast is a legal business in this country. And I have a right to go wherever I want in Grenada. You know, I don't have any remorse for saying that, right? But do not go out there and tell people this nonsense that productivity in the public service is not wanted. It's required. We cannot continue to run a country on a demoralized public servant basis. And I don't think the public servants agree with that, you know, because they understand where I'm coming from. When you walk in your office at 9 o'clock in the morning all year, and you don't have your staff there to basically carry on the functions of the work of government, this is not right. When you hear people on the outside approaching you, that public servants live and work 2 o'clock in the day and do what they want. Yes, I've heard this story. And sometimes I try to justify it because of the conditions in the buildings in which you are working. I have shown the public before that the financial complex, the ministerial complex, the Ministry of Education, all other government buildings in the system were sick buildings. People were coming out with all kind of illness. People could not function in those things. So I would basically say, I empathize with those people during that time. But that does not give you the right to be non-productive or to do things the way you're doing it. And I still believe that I have the right to appeal to the public servants and the general public and say, up your games and serve our nation in the right way. Mr. Speaker, I may have said a lot on this, but I'll continue to say it. We have a nation that is divided and deeply divided. When I hear some of the comments outside there, I ask myself, am I living in this Grenada? You know, all they are doing is try to belittle the ministers, or they take $3 billion in GDP, or they take $1.7 million in GDP, or they take those monies, or they shopping in GDP and so on. Is it legitimate for somebody to go out there and expose somebody who has basically applied for a business loan long before he gets into politics and say that he's shopping at the institution? Is it right to say that somebody goes out there and put up his assets for a loan and got a loan that he's shopping at that institution? They can say what they want, but the reality is that they could never stop real people from making real decisions, right? And I believe, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to maintain in this country. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to get back on track with the presentation and start with the removal of VAT on selective essential items. In 2003, the government removed VAT on 19 essential items, from soya chunks to adult diapers to condoms. They made a mockery of this statement of condoms. These measures were taken to ease the inflationary pressure being experienced since the pandemic and to ensure that the citizens can afford necessities. However, in some cases, the savings may not have been passed on to the consumer. To ensure that all the savings are passed on, we will be adding these items and some additional ones to the price control list to ensure that they are properly monitored. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we blame the government for all kinds of things. Even if the government takes steps to lower the cost of food and other items and so on, if the businessman did not transfer that benefit to the customers, and we don't have any way of policing it or managing this and so on, don't blame the government. Blame those persons who are delinquent businessmen in doing those things. Because at the end of the day, our people are the ones who suffer. The reduction of petrol tax and the management of fuel prices under the $17 per gallon threshold. The Ministry of Finance has been actively monitoring fuel prices, which are largely influenced by global market trends. This government took a policy decision to reduce the petrol tax from $5.50 to $3.50 per gallon effective January 2023. For every change in gas price this year, and prices have reached a little over $15 per gallon this year, with fluctuation in between, under the previous regime, gas would have been at an average over $17 per gallon. The reduction in petrol tax resulted in a direct revenue loss of approximately $18.8 million to the government in 2023. This is money we have put back into the pockets of vehicle owners and operations nationwide. Additionally, the government has took the decision to allow petrol price to fluctuate based on an established formula up to a maximum of $17. Thankfully, prices remain under the threshold for most of the year. However, in October, the prices of diesel was slightly above the $17 threshold. We therefore implemented a cap and reduced the price of petrol tax on diesel to offset the difference. This we have done and will continue to do as a caring government. Implementation of electricity subsidy. This year we implemented the electricity subsidy of $10 per household consuming less than 99 kilowatts per month. This measure has been geared towards reducing the electricity bill of most of the vulnerable in our society. This measure cost the government in excess of $2 billion and some 20,444 households on average per month benefited from this government subsidy. Harmonization of gasoline and diesel price in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, there was a promise made by our government and we delivered. There is now one price for gasoline and for diesel in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, unlike previously where the price of gasoline in Grenada was vastly different to what was obtained in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, the Fiscal Resilience Act. I have heard on platforms out there so much nonsense about why we change from the Fiscal Responsibility Act to the Fiscal Resilience Act. And some of them don't even know what they're talking about. It's sad when I hear some of the nonsense that they talk about it. The Fiscal Responsibility Act was amended in this House and passed in this House for a number of reasons. One, we wanted to make sure that the rule-based system that was established under the former administration for 8 years plus achieved some good, but at the same time, it restricted the government then in a number of ways. The other 9% assigned to the wage bill. The other 60 or 65% attached to the debt to GDP ratio. They also had matters of matters in there that was not too clear. So what we decided to do with the Fiscal Resilience Act is to remove all ambiguity that existed in the Fiscal Responsibility Act and to ensure that it becomes simpler, easier to manage. We've had the blessings from the International Monetary Fund for what we have done in that case. And today, even though we have replaced and repealed the Fiscal Responsibility Act, we have subject ourselves to a rule-based act that ensures that we are more flexible and be able to manage what we are doing. Not what is being said on the street that we actually improve or increase it to 13% for salaries to allow ministers of government to get their $5,000 increase. And while we're on that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a point out there which I've heard here in the House and also here outside here. The $5,000 proposed as parliamentarian salary, whether you're on the government side or on the opposition side, will be taxed. It is subject to income tax and not what they are saying outside it. We did not only implement the personal income tax on public servants, it will be applicable to the members of parliament. That should be clear as crystal outside. Mr. Speaker, meeting fiscal targets. In 2023, the Ministry of Finance exceeded all revenue targets. Tax revenue exceeded the target by 10% or by $73.7 million. Taxes on income, 14.8% more than budgeted. Taxes on property, 21.6% more than budgeted. Taxes on domestic goods and services, 21.6% more than budgeted. Tax on international trade and transaction, 6.3% more than budgeted. Grants, however, was 18.6% lower than budgeted. Mr. Speaker, the tax amnesty which was implemented in 2023 brought in additional $23.3 million. It also affected over 6,000 plus taxpayers. To me, that's a great success. There is a lot more to do with taxation is concerned, and we are encouraging our taxpayers to be more compliant, be more forthcoming, and pay the tax. If you pay your tax, you will help the country run in a more efficient way. And therefore, it's my plea to all taxpayers out there. Utilize the new tax system that will be coming on through in January of 2024 to make sure that you stay current with the tax. Those of us who do not take the amnesty on board and continue to defy government statements and believe that they can fox taxation as they continue, they have a rude awakening coming for them. I wouldn't tell you what it will be, but the Ministry of Finance, through its Inland Revenue Department, will be enforcing the law as per the books. Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeing one more time I have. I'm not too sure if I've exceeded my time. But, Mr. Speaker, addressing occupational health and safety issue. It's no secret that this administration inherited a sick government buildings when it came into office. As I said before, the financial complex, which houses most of the units and departments in the Ministry of Finance, is one such building. The issuance of related molds, poor ventilation, malfunction of air conditioning units have caused the Inland Revenue Department and the Accountant General to be displaced for over a year. The AC units in the administration building that house the Minister of Finance, the Deputy PSAs, and staff is not functional. We were told that the technicians that the units are beyond repair. Air conditioning units in other departments have since followed suit. The Budget Department, the Department of Trade, Macroeconomic Policy Unit, the Debt Management Unit, the Procurement Unit, and some other sections of the RD have no air conditioning at the moment. The government will address the issues at the financial complex historically. A piecemeal approach is not enough. We will not simply patch an issue here and fix the problem there and wait for another crisis to occur. We are moving to renovate the entire building, making it green building as far as possible. The Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Building project funded by the World Bank will support investments in every energy efficient measures and distributed solar photovoltaic system installed on rooftops or in public places throughout Grenada. The financial complex will be one of the buildings forming part of the project. An amount of $2 million is allocated in 2024 for this venture. In the interim, we have moved to relocate the various departments in the Ministry of Finance to rented premises, which is costing us an arm and a leg. The renovations will take place between 18 and 24 months. The decision to withdraw fully from the building while work is being done was taken with the best interest of our staff in mind. The Accountant General Division has already relocated to the Locust Street, while the Inland Revenue Department will be at the Julian's building opposite Courts in the coming weeks. The rest of the ministry will be moved to location in the first quarter of 2024. More details will be given on this matter. At this point, I will have to express my gratitude to the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance for your patience as we address the various issues related to your work environment. Rest assured, we are working to resolve all these issues and ensure that you have a safe and comfortable environment to operate. Achievements of state bodies. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Investment Development Corporation continues to play a pivotal role in advancing economic development in Grenada through its proactive promotion and facilitation of business and investment activities. The following highlights are key efforts and accomplishment of the GIDC. Increased investment application, November 2022. GID experienced an increase in investment application for incentives with a total of 61 applicants were received. The majority of these applications, 90%, originate locally, emphasizing strong interest and active involvement in domestic investors. The remaining 10% are from foreign applications, indicating international interest in Grenada's business and investment opportunities. This shows confidence in the Grenadian economy. Approved projects in 2023. GIDC approved 56 projects for investment incentives in 2023. The approved projects were from various sectors, including 17% in tourism accommodation, 44% in manufacturing and agribusiness, 15% in construction service, and 5% in health and ICT service, and 19% in other services. So again, Mr. Speaker, whereas we were saying that the approved projects were mainly in tourism, here we have taken steps to basically diversify and include other sectors in the mix. Economic impact of approved projects. This proposed investment, for the approved projects in 2023 exceeds 300 million EC dollars. These projects have the potential to generate over 3,000 jobs and contribute substantially to the employment opportunities in Grenada. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, no amount of idle talk will diminish the significance of the budget for 2024. Again, I wish to reiterate, this is a budget for the people and by the people. What do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? We have provided for our vulnerable workers throughout the nation by implementing the minimum wage increase from January 2024. The private sector will benefit from the spin-off effects of our projects and programs as well as our policies, such as the extension of temporary incentives to micro, small and medium-sized enterprise and non-priority sectors project. Our young people in the Imani program who are working in the public sector will benefit from an increase in the emoluments by $500 per month and an improvement in the security of tenure with their placement on government contracts pending full regularization to the public service. Again, we are asking the private sector who have Imanis with them to treat them well by taking a page of the government to make sure that they promote the Imani workers to a similar status. Our students and parents will benefit from a free tuition and free meals program, which cost the government close to $6 million in 2024. Our less fortunate household will benefit from improved water and sanitation through the WASH program. Mr. Speaker, our elderly over 65 who are on the SAID program will benefit from an additional $200 per month to cover the medical and other expenses, a permanent increase, not a temporary one. Our citizens with disabilities, including mental illness, who are on the SAID program will benefit from an additional $200 support to support their upkeep. Again, it's a permanent increase. Mr. Speaker, our projects and programs in this budget will create significant employment opportunities for the benefit of those who are currently unemployed. Our citizens, particularly our less fortunate, will benefit from the cost of living measures on food and fuel. Mr. Speaker, our public servants will benefit from 4% increase in their salaries as well as our policy on staff regularization. Our workers and contract will benefit from regularization and a contributory pension plan. Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the feedback on the token appreciation by the administration by granting a 25% of the basic pay to all government workers, including contracts and Imanis. Mr. Speaker, we heard it. It was a backlash because our policies were not announcing the budget effectively. How far is that from the truth? I even heard, for example, that the police were making comments that ministers got X amount, Imanis get X amount, personnel gets X amount, but zero for the police. I want to assure the police that they would have gotten, or they will get the 4% increase in salary in 2024, and they will also benefit from the bonus that is given to all public servants in 2023 before the end of this year. All government workers, except the pensioners and except government ministers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is crunching those numbers, or was crunching those numbers, before we met in Cabinet and approved this on Tuesday gone. This is the only reason why the measure was not announced during the presentation. And again, for those out there who believe that the NDC government is there to tomfool or to tell the public lies and who they think they're talking to, let me tell you something. This side of the House has demonstrated time and time and again that we are honorable men and women prepared to give Grenadians a chance to survive in peace. Mr. Speaker, contrast this with the election gimmick under the guise of bonus to frontline workers and other stuff for the sacrifice during the COVID-19 period. Mr. Speaker, this was announced in Parliament without cabinet approval. Many of the cabinet ministers then honored the bonus by the way of presentation on the floor. Mr. Speaker, there is a cabinet conclusion to prove this. So if they want to challenge it, let them challenge it. Mr. Speaker, the cabinet conclusion on the temporary increase of $10 is also there to prove the duplicity, speaking on the two sides of the mouth of the prior administration. Our gesture is a genuine one. Mr. Speaker, before I end, let me take this opportunity again to thank the constituents of St. Patrick East for their support and unwavering support, I should say, for all that's happened in the last 18 months under my stewardship. I am not saying that everything was a walk in the park. I ran an election in St. Patrick East, only given 42 days to make my mark in this community. And with hard work and persistence, I was able to win that seat. And I will continue to support the folks of the constituency, give them my unwavering support in ensuring that we move St. Patrick's East further north. When I say further north, rise against all order to make sure that we are reflected on the map of Grenada. I was in St. Patrick's on the weekend as part of the Common Folk Festival. And again, I was very much appreciated to be invited to attend that. And I can tell you, the enthusiasm I've seen in the people in St. Patrick tells me there is hope in St. Patrick. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all my supporters throughout Grenada Carriacou, because sometimes I tell people that I am not only a man from St. Patrick's, I'm a man from Grenada Carriacou and Pitimati. And I'm well loved. So when they see me in the ghetto on the Carolinas, as they say, I am not drinking rum. I'm helping to basically capture souls.
Yes.
When they see me in Blast, if they saw me at all, I'm hearing there to stimulate the economy or something. When they see me in Jackpot City, I have worked in the mall for 5.5 years. These personnel were my tenants. And as such, I have no remorse in visiting them from time to time to make sure that things are going well. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to thank everyone who have made it possible to listen to me. Some of those who even say that my articulation was actually jagged. What is it? Thank you. I speak Spanish, English, French, and I expect at times my speech to be accelerated. I am not as dumb as some of them would think outside it. I am not dumb as some of them would think outside it. I heard the statement that if the Prime Minister is not there, none of us can basically represent. In fact, there was controversy over me closing this Parliament session on the budget. And I'm saying to those naysayers outside, any one of my colleagues sitting on this side can do an equally good job in representing the National Democratic Congress in this Parliament. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all Grenadians a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The member for St. Patrick's East, and of course, the Minister for Finance, for your rebuttal contribution to this debate and subsequently closing the debate, as it were. The next item, I think, is